This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Last round gave us some fun and modern NASCAR machinery, but tonight we turn back the clocks, not just on the cars, but on the track too. Rockingham Speedway might be slowly succumbing to the passage of time, but thanks to iRacing, it's preserved here forever. But as its nickname implies, the Rock takes no prisoners. Who can handle this old school style of racing? Let's find out as we get ready to watch the Majors Rockingham 400, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth tonight is Adam Lindgren and Jeff Smith. Behind the scenes is our director, Sean Crackers Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Rockingham's lack of presence on NASCAR's calendar might mean some of our younger viewers aren't as familiar with this classic speedway, so let's head down to the track guide to learn a little bit more about the place.
Under beautiful Carolina blue skies sits the Rockingham Speedway, also known as The Rock. The fierce competition on the speedway is what gives The Rock its name. This 1 mile oval has been thrilling fans for over 30 years with 22 degrees of banking and a tough-on-tires surface. On top of the surface being a tire killer, the Rockingham Speedway is also one of the bumpiest tracks that you'll find out there. The yellow line is the best and fastest way around this place on fresh rubber. Planting those left side tires around the bottom in 1 and 2 is one of the most satisfying feelings. Down there on the yellow line, the bumps are minimal and you really get this sensation of being shot out of a cannon when you come screaming on a turn 2, up out of that corner, down the backstretch. Patience around the Rock is the name of the game. Rockingham kind of reminds me of Darlington Raceway in that sense that you show up here and you race the racetrack, not necessarily the competition. The fastest drivers here are often the slowest to the throttle. Maintaining proper traction and low tire wear is currently and historically the best way to find victory lane here at this legendary facility. Rockingham is a throwback to the old ways of auto racing. Dig hard, elbows up, and be smart about it. Racing here just feels different. You'll see today the racers enjoy it and very often put on some of the best shows at this old track. This has been our guide to the Rockingham Speedway. Enjoy the show.
Almost a little sad seeing it as it was since it's not in this condition today, but Adam, at least we get to enjoy it here in the sim.
Yeah, Joe, we definitely do. And for round 3 of the majors, we turn away from those super speedways to a humbler track just 3 states north of Florida, formerly known as North Carolina Motor Speedway. Rockingham Speedway is legendary among the NASCAR community. Clocking in at just over a mile or 1.636 kilometers, this D-shaped oval features 22 to 25 degrees of banking in the turns. But those are just the stats. The story of this track is the bumps. Turns 1 and 2 are fairly bumpy, but turns 3 and 4 are the real trick, as they have a tendency to launch these cannon cars out of the groove and get them very loose. We'll likely see a couple of spins today due to the bumps, and we'll see some door banging as well. We saw a lot of both at the other regions today, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a shakeup in the standings after tonight's race, Joe.
Yeah, and we'll get to that a little bit later. First, though, we need to go through the top 10 shootout. That's right, we've got qualifying for the first 5 rows to try and settle here. We're waiting for the cars to get out on the track, and then we will get going shortly. It's looking like it is going to be a hot one here today. Jeff, we were talking about it before we went live, that this is some diabolical conditions for this combination of car and track.
Yeah, right now the track temperature is about 114. By the end of practice, we were at 130. That's gonna show these guys. It's gonna show what these guys can really do because this car, this track, these conditions are just a recipe for disaster if you're not willing to get up on the wheel and grab a hold.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's certainly going to challenge our drivers. We saw in the previous races that it's proven tough, even amongst the best of the best in the other regions. Before we get to this qualifying, we want to talk about the charity that they have for today's race. It is the Challenged Athletes Foundation, empowering lives through sport. The high cost of adaptive sports equipment and lack of resources should not keep individuals with physical challenge from being active. That's where they come in. You can find out more about how to get involved at challengedathletes.org. And basically, all they do is for the qualifying that happens before this to get into the top split. If you want more chances, well, you can buy those chances. And all that money that you pay towards those other chances go towards the charity of choice chosen by one of the drivers each round. We have a link in the description. If you would like to donate yourself, we highly encourage you to. This is a great organization, especially for those of us who do love sports and want to see more people get involved. I believe we should be going pretty soon, but we got a little bit here. So why don't we jump to the driver points then and start off with how that's sitting. With only 2 rounds in, Travis Warling and Christian Challoner not too far apart. 25 between them, even closer between Challoner and Hayes there. You can see about 11 points separating Challoner and Wade. Then you get a little bit farther back to Driscoll and Thunhorst in there. 2 champions here in the top 5 in points. Christian Challoner won the European region last season, and then Matthew Thunhorst won the Americas. So obviously they are continuing their great force that they've had, their good speed so far this season, Adam. And I wouldn't be surprised if both of them stayed in the running until pretty late.
Yeah, I expect both of them to stay in the run. They have really good support behind them, being an orthodox kinetic. I mean, like, the top 5 are an orthodox and kinetic drivers, aside from Matthew Thunhorst, who's running as an independent right now. So it's amazing to see those guys up in the front. They have very good support systems behind them, very good teams that are helping them build setups and race these cars.
Certainly should prove to be difficult to find an edge around here, since these are a little bit simpler than what you saw on the more modern stock cars. I think we've got Jimbo Pfeiffer out there right now, at least waiting. So we're getting a little bit of chatter from the drivers. They might be having a little bit of an issue, so apologies for the wait. Since we've got that time, why don't we head over to the team points as well? Adam, what's the situation on those team points here?
Yeah, definitely. We've got Kinetic Americas on top with quite a bit of points. The number of points here is not going to be as important as how close the guys are behind them. Unorthodox only 88 points behind. Now, when you get 500 points for winning a race, that is not very long at all. Dog Bear Red is still within a win of the Kinetic Americas team, with Sector 5 Racing and Dog Bear White rounding out your top 5, and there are only a couple of top 5s away from that top position as well. So even though it looks like a big spread numbers wise, this is actually still very close and unbelievably close between Kinetic and Unorthodox.
All right, I think we have qualifying going now, because our first driver out is Andrew Warren, and he is on track. So why don't we put the cameras on that number 7 and see how he does, because his first lap is starting now. As he heads around down into turns 1 and 2, holding it down low. We should see that a lot so far. There you see him on track down the back stretch. Curious to see, Adam, as well, if the first lap or the second lap is going to be stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend on that track temperature. It's down to 113 now, and it really, there's a lot of factors that we don't know right now going into this. We have the new tire model, we have the tire temperature, we have the track surface. A lot of things are going to be interesting. So a 23.573 for Andrew's first lap. Here comes the second, and this is going to be a good gauge for the rest of the competitors to see what bar they have to hit as well.
Down into the line around that curved front stretch, it's quicker. So Warren with a 23.363. That sets the bar. Jeff, we've got Brian McGreevy now heading out on track and getting spooled up. Happens at least pretty quickly. I mean, what's your expectations here in qualifying?
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to see these guys work their way up to that second lap. We've seen it with the last driver. You know, you get faster on the second lap, and with the way these guys or this track tears up tires, it's going to take a minute to get them warm, and then hope that you didn't get them too warm coming to that white flag lap.
First one down at 23.666. Not good enough for the lead quite yet. 0.3 down off of Andrew Waring. So as the 68 comes through Thunder Alley and down into turn 3, drifts up a little bit here coming through 3 and 4. Is that going to hurt him? He keeps it off the corner. The 68 down to the line. It's a 23.643. That's not going to be enough. He stays in second place.
As we take a look at Jimbo Pfeiffer going across, he was really chucking it into those corners, really scrubbing off a lot of speed by sliding the front through the entrance of the turn. He just carried a little bit too much speed through the corners. And here's a different strategy. Jimbo Pfeiffer, on his first flying lap, is going to just take it to try and warm up the tires and get a little bit more pace. He's going to go all out for that second lap.
As he comes around 3 and 4. You know, one thing I'm curious about, Jeff, as well, is it's very different from our experience. You and I covered the bootleg series where they run these cars, but they have a fixed setup. This is open setup in this series, and the teams are incredibly competitive. I mean, is there any tricks you found over the years in this car?
This is an open setup, and is also they get tires, so that's gonna be huge here, especially this just track. Oh, when he smacks the wall, Jimbo Pfeiffer in the wall. Ouch, that's gonna be hurt.
Not going to get his second lap. He's only good enough for 30. Was about 6 thousandths off of McGreevy, so he probably could have had something there. Wade Hayes, in the meantime, is going to wheel out on the 33. He's got to get a warm-up lap. So, Jeff, what was your thought?
I think it's all going to come down to driver talent at this point. If you've built your setup for the long run, you're going to get long run, but are you going to get run over at the beginning? With this only being a mile track, it doesn't drive like any other mile track I've ever been to. It drives a lot like a mile and a half. So it's all going to come down to how you built your setup for tonight, for the track temperatures, and you're going to have to get those spots early, but not too aggressive.
We'll watch to see if anybody follows that advice as Wade Hayes and the Kinetic team comes down for his first time lap. 23.644. That's going to put him into third place. That's ahead of Jimbo Pfeiffer by 5 1/1000ths of a second, and off of Brian McGreevy by 1 1/1000th of a second. He doesn't have to make up much, just the tiniest bit. So can he do it? He holds it down there pretty well compared to what we saw from McGreevy. In fact, very shallow off the corner, down across the line. It's a 23.541. That's going to do it, but it's only good enough for second place. Still, we've got Andrew Warren on the pole.
Yeah, next up is going to be Brian Bennett. And going back to what Jeff said, with the long run setup, that might be a good idea, or it may seem like one. But going into today, the other regions had a lot of cautions. We had quite a few cautions in both regions, 32 in the European region. And so if you have a long run setup and all you're getting is short runs, that could come back to bite you a little bit. And wow, Brian Bennett getting a little loose into the entry of 3 and 4 there on his first lap.
Squares it off on the exit, though. Will that help him, especially on the second lap? It's a 23.7, which is going to put him last of the times. So apparently not the way around wholly, but maybe it'll set him up here. Let's see how quick he is as he comes down the backstretch into 3. That one looks a little bit tidier. Diamonding it off a little bit. Maybe slightly high coming off of 4. So down into the line. Oh, and it's slower, 23.7. So Brian Bennett currently last of the times.
So Jeff, if he is loose now, I mean, I'm guessing that these are qualifying setups, but if this is something similar to his race setup, if he's loose now, how bad is that going to get later in the run for him?
I'm terrified for him later in the run. If this is what his race setup is, and we get some laps on these tires, you're going to be fighting this
Sorry,
car
the
all
24 of
night
Eric
long.
Smith. The 24 of Eric Smith loose off the corner. This first lap definitely not going to be quick. They don't get second tries this here, Jeff. So this does not look good for the 24.
Yeah, and that's what we're gonna see. I think that's actually what we're gonna see this whole qualifying period here. Is it's gonna come down to how well you manage those bumps in these conditions, and how well you can get that shot off. And if you can have that car underneath you when you're coming off a 4 and getting down into 1 for that second lap, that's gonna be where you pick up.
So first lap, definitely a little slow at 23.9. That's the worst of the laps we've seen thus far from the drivers. Is this going to be any better? Oh, it's very loose through the corner. It snaps away from him. He smacks the wall. This one won't count. So that'll slot him into 6. The number 24 having a nightmare run here in qualifying.
Yeah, that's just rough. And he's trying to combat the looseness by trying to make sure that he keeps the wheel straight. But unfortunately, he ends up getting a little bit too tight on the exit, and he can't rein it back in, and it just bounced the car out of the line, and he got launched up towards the high side.
Well, Morley's up next, but his radio must not be working because he's not going. Here we go. Now he's getting it off the line and accelerating. Well, sort of. Here we go. Not sure what was going on with the 06. Now he's finally getting some speed up. Not sure if maybe he was trying to be extra gentle on the tires there.
Yeah, these guys are going to have to rattle these off because we only got 6 minutes left in this qualifying session, and we have 5 people left to qualify. So this is going to be tight.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't cause anybody to miss out at the end. Not sure what they'll do in that situation. You see Morley come around. This is his first time lap. Right now, the pole still sits at a 23.63. That's about a tenth and a half over the nearest driver of Wade Hayes. First one is a 23.640. Ooh, some real speed from Morley on this first lap.
Yeah, very good speed as he exits. He's really managing that throttle all the way through the corner. He's struggling a little bit right now through the entry, and look at him. He's drifting to the high side as well, so hopefully he's carrying enough speed off the corner. He's going to go for that high side and keep it straight. And what's his time?
Oh, still down in third. It was slower. It was a 23.784. Still third place, not bad. Already we've got Lionel Callisto out and running, trying to make sure that we don't lose too much time out here. So, one of our former champions in this series, Lionel Callisto, one of the most versatile drivers we've had in this series, and usually quite good on the oval races as well.
Yeah, Lionel Callisto, we've seen him up towards the front in all the races that we've had so far, the majors this season. And here he comes into 3 and 4. Oh, trying to keep the left tire down, but he's in the wall. That's going to end his qualifying.
So no time set, and well, that actually helps the next driver, which is Matthew Thunhorst. Since we were a little bit shy on time, he's already wheeling it out, and certainly looks like it is tricky. Oh, and they're letting Lionel go again.
I don't know how this is going to work, Joe. We only got 3 and 3/4 minutes left. Matthew's going to have to go right now. So, yeah, so Matthew's out as well as Lionel out at the same time. So they're just on different sides of the track right now.
Yeah, they're trying to hustle them in. So he will be able to set a time. Oh, but Lionel's going to abandon it. He's not happy with the lap. Thunhorst starts it off. That's the number 98 you see on screen as he comes around 1 and 2, a little bit wide through those corners. Seems like drivers are struggling. Temperature's actually been going down slightly. It's 112 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface, so it's mildly better, not drastically. They should be seeing drivers get better. Certainly it seems like they are starting off loose out there. It's a 23.5 for his first lap. That puts him up to third. That bumps Michael Morley down. One last attempt here. And then after that, we've got one last driver. I think we're going to be able to sneak him in. Thunhorst out of turn 4, sliding a lot there. Is this going to be quicker? It is. It's a 23-2 to the pole for the number 98.
What?
Man, an astonishing lap. And right at the end of qualifying, finally, Matt Sintel seeing if he can drop the current reigning champion here in the Americas region farther down.
Good job, as Matt Sintel is now running across. He's on the backstretch of his first lap. A very impressive run from Thunhorst for sure. He's up quite a bit over Waring.
This Sexter 5 team has been very strong in the qualifying. And a 23.275 on his first lap. Sintel up to second place and less than a tenth off of Matthew Thunhorst. If this second one is quicker, it does not take much for him to take the pole away. Our front row clearly is going to be between Thunhorst and Sintel, but in what order? Out of turn 4. What has he got for him? Across the line, he's got just a few more hundredths to go. It's a 23-1, and he's on the pole.
What a run. He was just on that edge of looseness, just on that edge of grip, and was able to get that right tire gripping and down and able to pull off a little bit more speed off the corners.
Incredible. We got it in with just about a minute to spare. So thank goodness we got everybody a chance to have a lap down. That was incredible stuff. Jeff, man, I'm with Adam on that. Watching the number 8 wheel around those turns, it looked like he was just on a knife edge of control.
Yeah, and again, this goes back to I hope these are just qualifying setups, because that obviously that's where the speed's going to be. You're going to have to be on the edge of breaking loose every single second. And if the later we get in this run, the harder it is going to be able to wheel these cars around this rough track. You see the bumps as we go through here. You see the bumps and you see how much they're having to wheel it. It's only going to get worse as those tires start to wear. So it's all going to come down to driver skill tonight and how we manage the tires and the track surface and the temperatures.
Once again, real quick, if you want to donate to the charity for this series for today's race, it is the Challenged Athletes Foundation. A link is in the description below, and you can find out information at challengedathletes.org. So even though you see the pace car out there, we're not going right to the grid. We do have to wait a bit. We'll come back with another session. I believe we're going to take a short break here, so we are going to dip off for a rest before we have a long 400 miles. Stick around, because we still have the Rockingham 400 Round 3 here in the Major Series coming your way. Welcome back to Rockingham Speedway. We're almost ready for the grid. Before we get to that Rockingham 400, we have our pole sitter ready to talk to us. Matt Santel is joining us in the booth here. Matt, congratulations on the pole. That's the first step. And before we get to talking about the race, let's talk about that qualifying. We were all kind of just jaws on the floor at the setup of that car. It looked mighty loose. How did it feel from inside of it?
It was a little bit free on the first lap, the first time lap, but it just comes good on the second one. And yeah, off of four there, you probably saw on the first lap, it was pretty free. But yeah, I didn't know how it was going to work in the different conditions, because it was obviously built for the main qualifying for Q1 when we know what the conditions are going to be. But this was dynamic track and just unpredictable. So I'm pretty happy it worked out.
Yeah, it seems like we've had some hot tracks out there for the races in the various regions. Knowing that and knowing that it looked like there's a lot of cautions, do you guys have a plan? Are you intending for short runs here, or do you have some sort of compromise? What's the goal?
Well, I've been doing oval sim racing a long time. I know you can never really predict it. I mean, I'm aware of the earlier races, the European race. Saw a lot of that, and there's certainly every reason to believe that there's going to be a fair few cautions tonight. But I've also expected that, and at times in past races, and next thing you know, you're doing green flag pit stops to open the race. So. Um, we're just taking a sort of a balanced approach and sort of, understanding what to do to the car mid race to change it if things are playing out differently. But yeah, I safe to say we have not planned for long green flag runs, where we're doing 80, 90 laps. But at the same time, you can't just expect 15 lap runs either. So you just got to try to find that balance and hope it works out. But it's not in our hands. We'll just have to hope for the best.
Hey Matt, one last question for you. With you starting on pole and with this being such a large grid, how do you plan on weaving your way through the traffic today?
Carefully. I mean, it's such a long race. Um, it's not something that you'll see me rushing too much, even if that means that maybe some other guys do uh, get a run, get an advantage, and take spots away from me. I mean, if it's lap 50, even if it's lap 150, I'm not going to try to stick moves that are risky just to keep the pace up. So you got to keep the fenders, keep the corners on the car, number one. So yeah.
Well, thanks for coming and talking to us, Matt. If you want to hang around for a second, I think we're going to talk to your teammate Brian Bennett here as we get him pulled in. Not as good of a qualifying session. Brian, welcome to the booth, and congratulations on your team getting the pole, even though it wasn't necessarily in your hands. Let's talk about the team a little bit, because I've heard word that Sector 5 was supposed to look pretty good in the qualifying. That seemed to bear fruit. But then I heard question marks and rumors going around about, well, are they also good on race pace? Any feelings on that topic?
We'll find out. It's that's always the question of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, of
We've
course.
worked on what theoretically would be long run is what we've concentrated on, but after watching some of the other races today, and on what Friday night evening for us here in the States, we kind of maybe looking for something that's a little bit better early in the stints as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Uh, so this is the first time that we've had, I believe, the K&N car here on the majors, and definitely the first time we've had the Rock. What are your thoughts so far? Do you enjoy this combo being a part of the schedule?
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty fun. I like any of the tracks that are, a little bit more technical. As a road guy on the oval, my challenge was always to keep from destroying the front tires, and so that'll be the challenges tonight as well. But there's some talent to getting around the course. Otherwise, a guy like me wouldn't have made it into this fast 10 shootout. Not saying I'm talented, just saying a straight up oval guy would crush me every time.
Well, then a question for both of you. What's your goal for the finish? Any top 10, top 5, straight up win?
You go first, Brian.
Well, you always have to finish, right? And I've done quite well in several oval events over time, but for me, I want a top 10. Top 10s are almost always my goal on oval, but I have to make it to the end, obviously.
Yeah, it's kind of a cop out answer, but I just want to get the best finish I can. This is such a long race. I've done a lot of these types of events, and there's a lot that's just not in your hands, and you try to put yourself in a position to be able to race for the finish is what you're really trying to do. So I just hope I'm still there at the end with a car that can race for a good spot, whether that's top 10 or top 5, or maybe it's even just top 15. But a car that is still strong and can still race for a good spot at the end of the thing. So
Well, best of luck to both of you. I see the session is up, so we won't hold you any longer so you can get some warm up in. And let's hope that we get to talk to you some more after the checkers.
I hope so. See you then.
Yeah, thanks, guys, and hope you have a good evening.
We hope so as well. I think we're going to have a great evening. That was Matt Sintel and Brian Bennett. We were talking to part of the top 10 shootout here for round 3 in the majors, the Rockingham 400. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with the race itself just a few moments away from the big show. Welcome back to Rockingham Speedway. The drivers are in, they're all warming up, and we are getting ready to go racing here in just a few moments' time. 393 laps that the drivers will have to do around here. It's proven tricky for a lot of the best in the international and the European regions. What will the Americas hold for them? We're getting ready to grid up, and apologies, we won't really have the grid visuals here for a moment, it seems, so we'll just read these out to you. But Matt Sintel is on the pole today with Matthew Thunhorst in second. Andrew Waring starts in third. Then you've got Wade Hayes in P4, followed by Michael Morley in the fifth position. Brian McGreevy starts sixth today. Then it's Jimbo Pfeiffer in seventh, and Brian Bennett in eighth. Eric Smith, ninth, and Lionel Callisto not able to get a lap in, will start back of the top 10. Adam?
Christian Challoner is going to line up in the 11th position, with Blake Reynolds lining up in 12th. Josh Cully lines up in 13th position next to Steve Driscoll. David Warner is in 15th position, with Kevin Hill in 16th. Justin Kirby is going to line up in 17th position, with Samuel Roush in 18th. Liam Quinn and Travis Warling round out your top 20.
Daniel Knight is going to start 21st. Bob Batrami, 22nd. Samuel Harris, 23rd. Eddie Hawks, 24th. Rob Gall, 25th. Brian Burns, 26th. Nick Kuhn, Marcus Tracy, Scott Corbin, and Wayne Hutchinson is going to finish out your top.
Then in 31st, it is Ryan Steele. Johnny Nichols will be starting 32nd today. Jeff Schmeier, 33rd. James Stacy, 34th. And Vincent Leherbier in 35th. 35 cars taking part. We are on the pace lap. Apologies as, looks like we've got picture now. So just in the nick of time, we are going to be getting racing here. This will be fantastic stuff to watch as Matt Sintel leads the way for that new Sector 5 team. Sort of the new kids on the block, but definitely some of our quick drivers from previous teams banded together to create this Sector 5, so that is definitely not rookies out there. The Mustang pace car is getting ready to peel in, and he'll give control to Matt. There he goes. Matt waiting for the green flag. Early start there for the number 91. Green flag is out here for round 3 of the majors. Sintel off like a shot, already well ahead of Matthew Thunhorst. A little bit of side-by-side behind them. Otherwise, it's looking relatively clean through much of the pack.
Yeah, these bumps are starting to really get to people already, especially at these slow speeds. These cars are used to being at higher speeds, and so the slow speeds are a little bit of trouble. It's side-by-side between Michael Morley and Brian Bennett there for that 5th position, with Michael Morley winning out. Brian Bennett falling back at the beginning of this.
Yeah, back in 6th right now, and under threat from Brian Bennett. Oh, as a car almost gets in the wall, that was Jimbo Pfeiffer back there.
Ooh, we have a wreck.
Double up.
That's the 90 car. That is the 90 car. I'm going to try and grab a look at it. But Nick Kuhn.
Travis Warling. So Travis Warling, who currently is falling down to 34th from that.
And this actually started with the 52 car. That was Kevin Hill who got into the wall initially.
A few more cars did make small contact. Sam Roush and Liam Quinn in the number 24 also involved in that wreck. While we've got time, why don't we run our audience down the race details for today exactly. Oh, excuse me, we'll do that in a second as we watch the replay one more time of the 52.
Oh, and he just got a little bit high in that line. He was trying to run the high line and carry too much speed into it and too much speed out and hit that wall, then came down across the track around everybody. So he's definitely going to have to take his spare car.
One last angle on it where that was a hard slam. Spare cars. Part of what I was about to talk about there is let's real quickly try and go through the race details as we've got a little bit of time here under caution. We are in round 3, as we mentioned, and it is the NASCAR K&N Chevy Impala, the Grand National car, if you will. 393 laps, as we mentioned. Setups are open and no fuel restrictions, so they can go as far as they can on fuel, but it's tire limited from what we understand around here. They do have an incident cap. You can find yourself disqualified at 50 incidents here today. And they also have a spare car. So drivers like we saw there with the 90 will find himself able to get back out there, but now he is under the gun to keep it clean.
Yeah, we have quite a few drivers in pit lane. There's about I believe that is 7 drivers in pit lane right now, and about 5 of them are getting spare cars, so that's going to be trouble for them. They're just starting this race. We're on lap 5 and they already have to use a spare car up, so yeah, it's a long way to go for
Tough day at the office already. They're double file. We're getting ready to restart. They will have a lucky dog as well in this series. And it's the same orders as before on that front row. Sintel and Thunhorst up at the front. Warren and Hayes are going to be 3rd and 4th. We're seeing the last of the cars get to the tail of the train as they get back out there. There you can see them joining in the background. All right, so we're on lap 5, getting restarted on lap 6. Didn't get the most laps of green flag racing, but it was looking pretty good there at the start. Mustang pace car getting ready to release them once again. Certainly seems like Matt's got a good handle on these restarts. He said he's got a lot of experience here on the oval side. Green flag is out. Another good jump there from the 91. Already Thunhorst able to jump down and get into second place. Top 4, single file, top 5, top 6. Up on the high side, though, Lionel Kalisto getting a very good run over the 71 of Brian Bennett, who actually has to duck down low to keep from getting run into by him. That's really where most of our battles are here, back from about 7th to 10th.
Yeah, Lionel Kalisto on that high side, just staying high, staying clear of Brian Bennett, who tries to slot up behind him. That blocks off Christian Challoner, who's now got Eric Smith below him. Christian getting hung on that high side, but Eric Smith and Christian Challoner losing a lot of time.
Ooh.
And Christian, oh man, that was really close to the wall right there with Christian. And we got a wreck ahead of them, the 336 car. That's Andrew Waring.
That's going to collect a few of them. A bunch of people trying to take evasive action. I didn't get to see what started it with Waring and the number 336. I think, you know what? It's the same thing again, just coming off of turn 2, smacking the wall. Let's see, this is Christian here that we're watching. He definitely had a loose moment. I thought he was going to cause the caution there for a second.
Yeah, Christian just up on that high side. It gets a little bit loose exiting the corner, and he's unable to keep the rotation going. And then, wow, looks like he just got plowed into from the back there.
We're looking for the 336 car who made the initial contact. Waring. It looks like.
Oh, this
there
is a
it
whole
is,
different
right there.
thing for him.
Hayes gets into him, yeah. Who else got a piece of this? Christian Challoner got just hit by somebody trying to take evasive action. And I think Justin Kirby also involved.
Yeah, and Joe, these guys are being too aggressive off the corner. Almost all of this is caused by people getting into the wall off of 2. It's way too early to be this aggressive. If the car is not happy, you just got to sit down on it and let it ride. You got to survive this race in order to win it. And so trying to push this early is not helping anybody at this point.
Justin Kirby, who you saw take a hard hit to the inside wall, had to take a spare car because he blew an engine. Absolutely needed to take it down pit lane and is now returned back out, as we're not quite double file yet. Well, I guess the upside, Jeff, is that even though they do have the spare car, they don't have more than that. So if things keep going the way they are, we're going to have a few drivers immediately out of this race before we even get to the quarter way through.
Yeah, and these guys are going to have to balance whether they take that car or whether they want to ride it out with the damage. This is one of the more aero-sensitive mile-long tracks that we have on the server. So I'm watching Driscoll here, and he's got a little bit of right front damage. And I'm wondering if that is going to hinder his progress getting through the field here?
Yeah, he's up to ninth after that. He managed to squeak through even though he had a little bit of contact. Oh, and you can see it right there on the right front of his car. Driver's right front is quite buckled in. Hopefully, he didn't get the suspension in that. We are double file, so we're going back green this time. As the pace car takes them around 3 and 4. Once again, Matt Sintel still in the lead. Thunhorst still to his outside. Very little change up at the front of the field. Pace car ducks into pit lane. The 91 waiting a little bit longer this time. Green flag is out and Sintel is off. He checked them up slightly. Thunhorst, though, still going to be able to get into second place. Something of a challenge for third, though. Hayes manages to get the apex away from the 68 of Brian McGreevy, and that is just a chain reaction behind them. Everybody had to slow up.
Yeah, now we got a battle between Michael Morley and Lionel Kalisto. Once again, Lionel Kalisto stuck in a battle with drivers coming off the corners. And man, these cars are looking really difficult to drive right now as these drivers are coming in. Here comes turn 2 on the second lap. This has been the problem point at every single restart so far.
So far, so good. Watching the rest of the field come off of that turn. It's very easy to slide up into that outside wall, and I think we're okay. Matt Sintel still up at the front as we watch Lionel Kalisto continue to try and battle here with the likes of both Eric Smith and Brian Bennett. We watch from Lionel's perspective, the former champion chasing the number 32.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic helmet cam that we have for these K&N cars. Look at how bumpy it is through these turns. 3 and 4, just so rough on the car. Lionel having a hard time keeping it down on that yellow line.
Fantastic stuff. Does duck it down in through 1 and 2. Coming up off the corner, you can see the cars just slide out there, even though there's plenty of banking on the straightaways.
Wow, look at how much he has to work the wheel through 3 and 4. Oh my goodness, these drivers have got a lot cut out for them tonight.
Let's hop back up to the lead where Thunhorst is keeping Sintel honest. He's not challenging him right now. There's about 3/10 between them, but they are running away from Wade Hayes back in third just a little bit, and we're already starting lap 16.
Yeah, really good runs from everybody there's a lot of battles going on throughout the race right now. P5 was one. Eric Smith just got past Michael Morley, and Michael's actually now under pressure from Lionel Kalisto, who we were on board with. Lionel going to that low side. We've seen how bumpy it is down there. Lionel needs to keep it on that yellow line. He has to stay out of it a little bit here. This gives an opportunity to Michael Morley, but no, Lionel able to keep more speed. Great battling from him. And look at that behind them. That is Brian Bennett and Steve Driscoll also battling.
Driscoll doesn't seem too hindered by that damage, Jeff. It looks like the car's handling okay, but not so for that was Morley.
That was Michael Morley, yeah.
Loose.
Now just a goal to the high side. Morley now having to hold on to that car on the low side with a little bit hotter tires than he'd like. So he might have to back out of it here and win. No, he keeps his nose in it. This forces Driscoll to that high side. Michael Morley tried to hang on to it on the bottom there, but that car looks extremely loose. And almost contact as they exit the corner.
Jeff, is there anything inside the car that you can do to deal with what the 06 has got going on right now?
Honestly, right now, the brake bias is about the only thing you can really adjust from inside the car, and I don't know that that's going to help because you're not using as much brake as you maybe would on a mile and a half. So it's really going to come down to, or any other mile long track, it's really going to come down to managing your tires and how hard you drive and how aggressive you get. And these guys are really, really aggressive. I mean, we're 20 laps into a 393 race.
And we're taking a look at the battle for P4. This is between Brian McGreevy and Eric Smith. Eric trying to make his way past Brian McGreevy. Brian doing a great job of holding that high line, which seems to be a little bit more preferred as far as, well, it's starting to transition in that direction recently. But man, I mean, with the way that the weather is today, it's been kind of crazy. These drivers are having to deal with adaptive conditions. We started this race at 93 degrees, and now the track is up to 102 degrees with a 6 mile per hour wind. So it's very adaptive conditions out there. And here it comes for Eric Smith.
Still working on McGreevy, and he's got a nose into the inside. McGreevy tries to chop him off, takes him down and very shallow, and the 68 washes up because of that, but the 32 is slow, so Lionel Kalisto gains a lot of time. He's got a chance at maybe getting himself up in the top 5. Nothing doing there, considering he started from 10th. He might be a little bit out of position still. Oh, and look at this, almost going 3 wide. Who is that slow?
That's the lap car of Samuel Harris.
Trying to stay up high. They've been ordered to get up to the high side if you are a lapped car. So far, he's staying out of the way, but he's going a lap down on a lot of people with how clumped together everybody is.
Yeah, Joe, he's doing his job. He's staying there to that high side, and he's really trying to work with it, Jeff.
And to kind of hit on what Adam was saying, you know, when we started this race, there was a lot of cloud cover. That sun is starting to poke out, especially in 1 and 2. And you can tell it because these guys are sliding around more and more as we get going. The more this track heats up, the more it's going to get hard for these guys to wheel this car around here. And those bumps are really going to take a toll on these.
Your leader on screen, Matt Sintel, put it on pole and so far has been unfazed by anybody else. Really, the best fight up at the front is still between McGreevy, Smith, and Kalisto for that 4th position. In fact, Smith gets a great run down the backstretch. The 32, though, covered off. The 68, once again, shallow in at him, and it seems like it's hurting him.
It's hurting him a lot. Here comes Eric Smith. Brian McGreevy's going to squeeze Eric down there again, and Eric Smith is trying to give himself some room here, but he's got the back way out of it. Here comes Kalisto down to the inside. Great opportunistic move, and the 71 of Brian Bennett's going to try and follow through, but he can't do it. Wow, Lionel Kalisto, what a...
Everybody scattered on that one. Driscoll had to get up high because of how much everybody drifted up. Bennett, Michael Morley as well. Amazing we didn't get a caution out of that one, but man, great heads up from Lionel Kalisto. Now that he's in the top 5, he's spying 4th place, already hunting down the 68.
And this is the racing that we have come to expect from the Americas region in the majors. But man, the 60 of Brian McGreevy's being extremely aggressive on his defense. He is just covering up any sort of move that anyone's making and losing tons of time to drivers ahead. They're a full 5 seconds behind the leader, Matt Santel, at this point.
Yeah, this has caused a huge plug, and Kalisto's trying to get out of it, break the dam. If he can just get to the inside, 68 leaves the door open this time. And I'd say the former champions finally got it done. Smooth move down through. But is this going to allow McGreevy to get freight trained because the 32 thinks there might be something in it? Is he going to get squeezed again? Yes, he is. He has to back down.
Man, if I didn't know better, I would say that Brian McGreevy has something against Eric Smith, and Brian Bennett on that high side trying to make it work, but it is not working. Eric Smith gets slow. Here comes Steve Driscoll looking to that low side. He decides better of it. Michael Morley in there as well. Now we almost have contact between Steve Driscoll and Brian Bennett. Exiting the corner.
Bennett with 2 close moments in 2 corners, and he still manages to keep 7th place. Steve Driscoll falls back from that, tries to recollect himself. Michael Morley's probably watching this whole thing and wondering, guys, we're only on lap 30. What is going on?
Well, remember, he was
fantastic racing.
Remember, he was the one who was struggling with handling at the beginning of this race. He's backed off a little bit, and now he's coming up to this plug in the hole, thinking to himself, how am I going to get by this if I have a loose car? I can't go to that low side. I might get loose here. So he's struggling a little bit on pace, and he's just going to step back and watch.
So the cloud mercifully comes back and cools the track down just a little bit. I kind of wonder what would have happened if Lionel Kalisto got a timed lap in. Not only is he up to 4th, he has dropped McGreevy, he's run down Hayes, he is looking incredibly fast. He's going to be on the podium before we know it.
Speaking of drivers that are going to be on the podium before we know it, Travis Warling, who got into the incident before, he's down in P18 right now. Travis, in a damaged car, has been able to climb his way back from all of these accidents. He's got significant right rear damage, but look at the pace he's got. He's been making passive on pass, and he's actually up 2 positions from the starting position, even having after to take a pit stop early on.
Ahead of him, there's a little bit of a battle. This is for 14th place. Rob Gall's going to lose out on that as Justin Kirby gets the number 43. into that P14. He's still hunting the 41 of Nichols. That's the green-white machine you see in front of him. And as that is happening, Jeff, we've got a bit of a battle brewing for the lead.
Yeah, watching these guys up here in the front, this is just crazy to watch. Sintel trying to battle.
Oh, they have a wreck in the backfield. Sorry to interrupt you. This is Jeff Schmeier, and I believe that was Blake Reynolds as well.
It did. Oh, horrible news for Blake Reynolds. Usually one of the championship hopefuls. I think this started with, well, take a guess. It involves a certain turn.
Exit at 2, the 30 car.
Schmeier smacks that outside wall. The poor number 3 of Blake Reynolds just finds himself involved with nowhere to go.
Yeah, we're going to see this. Yeah, so that's the incident that happened. You saw just how much he smacked the outside wall. But this actually starts on the setup to 1 and 2. And this happens because of Travis Warling trying to get underneath the 30 car, and it upsets the 30 on entry, and he just carries too much speed through the corner and gets too loose on the exit and slides up into that outside wall, which unfortunately catches Thunhorst out.
Naturally, with that being the longest green flag run we've had, we've got a lot of cars down pit lane now. In fact, I think everybody is in pit lane. We're watching the replay one more time, and there you see the Coke Series driver, unfortunately, finding himself possibly having to take a spare car, depending on how it's handling after that.
Nothing he could have done. Here we see him pull into his stall. And here's the race off pit road.
And looks like Sintel out first. Well, no, we've got James Stacy. Now, he took a regular stop.
He took one a while ago. I think this is
Lucky Dog?
Yes, I believe he is the lucky dog.
Okay, I was going to say, pretty sure I saw him get lapped, so I think that would be the explanation there. Now, did we catch on whether or not Reynolds took his spare car? Let's take a look. No, he did not. So it took repairs. Looks like about 30 seconds worth I'm seeing. And he's going to hope that it's running well enough that he can at least hold on to that ace up his sleeve.
Well, we saw how well Thunhorst was running right before that incident and how he could get to the inside of these guys. And so if it's not running too poorly, he might just take this opportunity to save himself a spare car. But he's coming down pit road again, so we'll see. It might just be for fuel, but he might be he might think it's not worth racing more.
Jeff, how hardy are these cars? Can they take a beating and still handle decently, or are they kind of sensitive?
In every sense that I've ever used them, they are very, very sensitive to damage. If you keep it off the front and keep it off the rear, you're okay. You can smack around the sides all you really want, as long as you're not up in the front, right front or left front. You know, you got a little bit of playroom there, but if you get any damage on the front of these cars, they are like just tanks at that point, and you're just hanging on for dear life, hoping for the best.
All right, we're double file once again. A little bit of a change up towards the front. It's still Sintel and Thunhorst on the top two. Callisto now into third. He did get by Hayes at some point that we missed. So Hayes in fourth. Bennett will restart in fifth, and third row will have McGreevy to the outside. Down along Thunder Alley. My brain, being from Ohio, keeps wanting to call it Thunder Valley, but slightly different names out here. So take it now into turn 3. Nice long green flag run there. We're going to restart on lap 39. I think the drivers are starting to get a handle on things, but it's certainly looking like it is still difficult. The drivers are really getting up close on one another up in the top 3 rows. In fact, they had to check up big time because they thought it was going there for a second. Green flag is out. Sintel looking strong on that throttle. The 98 has an open gap down low if he wants it, and he probably should take it because the number 2 is up to third, and he's got no gap in front of him now.
Remember, this is the first time that they've seen fresh tires this race, so this is going to be very interesting to see whether everyone can make it. These cold, fresh tires are going to be something different for all of these drivers to handle, and it looks like the front 10 have gotten away quite well, but that is David Warner who's falling backward quickly from the top 10 into 12.
Yeah, and Jeff, this is the new tire model too, so the cold tires are extra slippery.
Yeah, it definitely takes some time to get some heat into these tires and get some of that grip back as you're sliding and diving around these hills, around these bumps around Rockingham. It's a challenge, to say the least.
Let's head back to McGreevy in 10th place. A lot of fighting going on here. The 41 of Nichols is down on his low side. He's also got Justin Kirby. In fact, he's got the wall to his high side that he just smacked. Everybody ducking low to avoid him. So far, so good. Look at them fly up. Oh, we got a caution.
Yes, this was Nick Kuhn in the background.
Number 19. I wonder if he was trying to avoid... No, he wasn't trying to avoid anything. He just lost control. Single car incident into the inside wall.
Yeah.
Got it spooled up here.
This is the same story I've been saying all day. This is just getting loose off of 2. This has manifested itself quite differently, but the 19 of Nick Kuhn coming off of turn 2 just gets quite loose.
And you can see, as I was talking about before, he's got a little bit of damage on that front end. He's definitely going to have to get that fixed, because it is going to be like driving a tank, because you were just like, it's like hitting a wall. That air is hitting a wall, and you're not going to get any kind of speed out of that.
A couple drivers, as we come back live, are coming down pit lane. Looks like Schmeier, Stacy, Corbin, and Quinn are in.
Nick Kuhn comes in as well. Yeah, so this is a challenge for these drivers. We're on lap 43 of 393. We still have a long way to go for these guys. So they just it's the same story on these restarts. I think things are just gonna have to calm down if they're gonna get back to those green flag runs. But that green flag run we had was a great one, and there was a lot of great racing and great speed there.
Let me express my surprise here, because Liam Quinn currently scored 32nd, and I think that's going to be 33rd. Yep, as Kuhn goes by. Usually one of the stronger oval drivers. He's coming back out now after taking some more damage repair, but it is not looking good. Like you said, there's still a lot of racing left to go, so the 24 can get back in it, but I would have thought that he would have had a better time out here.
Well, Joe, a lot of the kinetic cars got caught up in that second wreck that we had, the big one that happened on the backstretch. And Liam Quinn is one of those drivers who got caught up in that. And so he's down at the back just trying to hang on. But you got to remember that with all this chaos that's been going on in these races over the course of the last couple days, he has plenty of time to make his way back to the front. And if he can just hang out the back and survive and not get involved in any of these wrecks, he might find himself up at that top 10 by the end of the day.
And guys, it's worth noting, Travis Warling has made his way back up to 9th after that contact here just a little bit ago. That's impressive with the damage that he's got. Again, with it being on the rear, it's not going to hurt him too much. Now the front, it would have hurt a lot, but being on that right rear, he should be okay.
It's mighty impressive when you consider the fact that Warling qualified 20th, and he's cracked the top 10. And like you said, less than 50 laps into this race, he's been making very fast inroads and passing a lot of drivers. We're getting double file once more. Callisto didn't quite get enough time to try and attack for that third place. And for the second place, rather. Thought for a second that Wade Hayes had overtaken him. It was just scoring trying to catch up on my end. As for the question about the race pace of the Sector 5 cars, the 91 of Matt Sintel looking pretty good considering he's been leading the whole way. If you get down to the 71 of Brian Bennett, he is sitting in 5th place. All right, as we come through 3 and 4, another restart here. It's been a few cautions, but it's not been horrible thus far. Sun starts to come out. That could heat the track up, and that's not what these drivers want. Off the turn, the green flag is out, and the 91 once again pulls away. He's getting a lot of practice at this. 98 slots in the line behind him, the 2 into third place. A little bit of side-by-side between Steve Driscoll and his unorthodox car, just above the 32 of Eric Smith. Smith on the low side going to get a good run, and he's going to take the position. Back there, you saw a little bit of a duck out from the 41 of Nichols, attacking on Morley in the 06. This is for 8th position. He might have this done.
Yeah, Johnny Nichols is one of those drivers we haven't talked about much, but he's actually up 24 positions from his starting position of 32nd. And Morley into the wall. Same story again.
Cars wrecking. Caution still not out now. We've got the caution out. 43 gets involved. And I think...
Oh, this is everybody, Joe.
Nichols started to get loose even. It was a double whammy. If he hadn't have hit the wall, Morley, Nichols was starting to lose it on the low side. Of course, it looks like he managed to come out of it with just a little damage to the inside of the car. So I see the 43 of Kirby get it. Looks like Ryan Steele in the 12.
10, 11 cars involved in this one, Joe.
Vincent L'Herbier, another Connect driver, getting involved. Jimbo Pfeiffer. Ooh, some Sector 5 cars, unfortunately, who were looking pretty fast. Ooh, the 17 takes a hard hit. That's Wayne Hutchison, watching from L'Herbier's view.
Oh, he carried a lot of speed through there.
Yeah, but it was hard to even tell what was going on in front of him. Ooh, did Blake Reynolds get involved again, or did he sneak through? I think Reynolds managed to avoid this one, which is really good news for him. I guess he still does have that spare car.
Yeah, Blake Reynolds looks like he's no worse for the wear. We're going to take a look at him. And oh my goodness, he just makes a quick evasive move towards the end of that. Quite impressive.
It looks like he's working his way through a parking lot there. He's going so slow and just... Oh, nicely done. Nicely done.
He was really wheeling that thing too.
Yeah, we saw from the onboard there, Jeff. It was sawing back and forth a bit, so he wasn't totally in control. Okay, a couple cautions in succession here. It's been a little messy ever since we had that long run. I think we got a little bit of time for a break, so we're going to duck away for a moment. Stick around. We have lots more to come here on GSRC for round 3 of the majors. It's the Rockingham 400. Welcome back to the Major Series Rockingham 400 here at Rockingham Speedway. This is our 5th caution of the day. And we are going to have Matt Sintel once again lead the way back to the green. Top three have not changed for a few laps now. Callisto back there on the second row to the inside of Wade Hayes. So far, he hasn't really had the opportunity to use the speed that we've been watching. Keep an eye, though, on Lionel Callisto and Eric Smith, as well as Steve Driscoll in there. Some quick drivers up towards the front. Green flag is out. The 91 off to the front. The 98 actually a little bit under threat. Callisto could have had something of a nose in, but decided better of it. Side by side between the 32 of Eric Smith and Brian Bennett back there for P5. They're going to settle into position with Eric in P5. Bennett back in P6.
And our first two wide battle is Brian Barnes in 15th now, alongside Christian Challoner, who just got by him, and Brian's going to be able to slot in here in 2 and 4, but we actually have a side-by-side between Steve Driscoll and Travis Warling, I believe.
And we also had Eric Smith move up to 4th, absolutely shot underneath Wade Hayes. There's a lot of action happening on this restart. Drivers starting to get a little desperate here, thinking that we won't get much green flag racing. Look at this action on screen. Driscoll, Warner, Waring all together, finally getting single file. That was for 8th place.
You know what they say, cautions breed cautions, and cautions breed desperation around here at Rockingham. We're seeing that right now, looking at the 13 car trying to go through. And look at this. Everyone's pretty much evened out here in the first.
Battle for the lead. Battle for the lead as Thunhorst has gotten to the inside for the first time today. We've got a new leader. Thunhorst up to the point. Sintel tries to get it down in front of the 32, but he can't quite close the door. Eric Smith looking at getting into second. While we weren't looking, he managed to get underneath the number 2 of Lionel Callisto, and there he goes. The 91 slipping backwards very quickly now, all the way to 4th place.
And just like that, the complexion of this race changes. Everything turns on its head. New race leader right now, and Travis Warling side by side with Brian Bennett for 6th place. Travis, after having his accident, starting at 20th, having his accident, making his way all the way up, almost to this top 5 position. He's now made it past Brian Bennett and is now into P6.
Off the corner, they get it back to single file once again. In fact, all of essentially the top 10 look like they are back in a row. Credit, another driver that's come back from an incident, Andrew Waring. Remember the problems he had before. The 336 is up to 11th, and Blake Reynolds, who we know had problems, is just ahead of him.
Oh, it looks like Eric Smith has gone to the lead now. Eric Smith just took it coming into turn 1. He just went straight past Thunhorst, is now in the lead. Now Thunhorst looks like the slow one. This is crazy stuff at the front, Jeff.
And we got a caution. It looks like it's Vincent Leherbier. I believe this is his second incident he's been involved in. 27 whips it back around, and a lone car incident, but again, off of turn 2.
This one's a little bit different, though, Jeff. This one is not him getting loose off the corner, just coming off of it. He actually clipped the apron, and that's what upset the car this time. We're going to see it on the replay.
There's the pass for the lead. And this is the 27. That's his teammate, Challoner, another Kinetic driver just behind him. He checks up nicely once he sees him start to get loose. Keeps it out of trouble. Just a slight nudge for the 27, so he should be okay to keep going.
Look at this from on board with Christian from his helmet cam. Oh my goodness, look at him wheel this. Wow. Oh wow, what good reaction time from Christian.
Yeah, thank goodness that he did have that sort of reaction time to keep that car together. Remember, he was another one that had damage from an earlier wreck. Got some drivers towards the back who've elected to come in. Corbin, Cully, Harris, Stacy, Morley is in. See Eddie Hawks, a lot of them actually, basically from 20th on down.
This is a good opportunity to get some fresh rubber, try and get a challenge going towards the front, but this is just going to accordion the field even more, Joe. We're going to see even more side-by-side battles as they get going. But, Jeff, when we came to caution, Eric Smith was the leader, and he looked like he took Matthew Thunhorst on that front stretch quite easily. But we saw that happen with Matt Santella as well. What do you think's going on up there for the lead?
Honestly, I think they're just getting pushed to the high side, and these guys, there's not enough of them running around that high side, around that second groove, really, to get any grip up there. So these guys are really struggling if they get pushed on the outside, and it's just way too easy to drive underneath them. And we're going to continue to see that until we see guys try to maybe push it and get on the outside. Here, with these cars, I just can't see that second line coming in too fairly quick.
Especially considering we haven't been getting too many long green flag runs, and it's also still 103 degrees Fahrenheit on the track surface. It's just past 4 p.m. virtual standard time here in Rockingham. So sun will actually start going down a little bit soon. Well, I guess it has been going down since noon, technically, but close enough to the horizon that I wonder if that'll give us a slightly cooler track.
Well, Joe, if I've got a driver in the car and he's asking me what lap is it right now, I'm doing anything I can to change the subject, because when he hears that it's only 61 laps out of 393, that's going to get to his head. And the last thing you want is to be trying to fight yourself mentally on such a long race like this one. You got to be talking about anything else. Talk about strategy. Talk about the dog photos on Instagram you posted this morning. Talk about anything else to get your mind off of how long this race is going to go, because you got to be mentally ready for it when they drop that green flag.
Well, we're going to get restarted from caution number 6 as they go double file. This time, though, Eric Smith to the inside. Thunhorst, curiously, still in second despite all the changes around. What is this going to do for things? And will we see the 91 try to get back into it? This is a different complexion from what we had before. How about the number 90 of Travis Warling? Now up to P5, just chipping away. I would not put it past him to be able to get up to the front and challenge for the lead.
I was watching times earlier, and Warling is actually faster than the leader in traffic. So if he can get some clean air, it's gonna be a great thing to see.
All right, we'll see if he gets that clean air, because we're coming to green as the Mustang pace car ducks it down in. 32 takes the green flag. Very good start for him. The 98 of Thunhorst, not as good as we've seen in the past, and Lionel Kalisto almost gets his nose down to the bottom. Meanwhile, our former leader, Centel, gets freight train. In fact, Warling moves up into fourth.
Oh, and then we have a wreck in the backfield. That's the 13 car. That's David Warner who's gone around.
Another of the Sector 5 machines. He had help, unfortunately.
Yes, he did.
I think Waring in the 336 gave him a little bit of a nudge. Granted, it was very close racing with this being a restart, and there wasn't much room for anybody to go anywhere at this point.
Yeah, and we're going to see it right here. This is the 13 car, and he's going to get bumped by the 336 here of Waring. And if we can actually go on board with Waring, I want to show you why this is really difficult to judge for the 336. You cannot see off your bumper as much as you think you can, so we're going to see him come through the corner. He's going to get close in behind, and he thinks like he's right in there, and the 13 backs off a little bit off the corner because he had Bob Beltrami to that high side, and the 336 didn't realize he was going to back off and just got into his rear bumper. And when you're backing off like that as the 13, that's just going to send you around.
Right, so as we watch them circulate once more. Now, I noticed a note here about Quinn that he had moved up, but I can't find him now. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's moved up even more spots. So the rumors of his demise were greatly exaggerated, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. Liam Quinn, we were mentioning how he just had to ride safe and be clean, but he has gotten up to 11th position. Remember, he was down in 34th position right before about 3 cautions ago. So very impressive moves for him to try and get up that far. And most of this has to do with pit strategy.
We've got a lot of movers in this race. Really, one of the biggest ones we've already noted is Travis Warling from 20th to 4th. Let's not discredit Beltrami, 22nd to 10th out there on track. And I just saw Reynolds duck down pit lane.
Yeah, Blake Reynolds in the pits right. And I mean, he's had a rough car to drive for quite a while, so this will be his third pit stop total, second after the incident. And I think that he's just coming in and looks like he's getting 4 tires and fuel. He's going to go back to the back of the pack and try and climb up from there.
Well, let's hope that doesn't put him in more danger. There you see both sides going up. I wonder if he's also going to take some time for a little bit more in terms of repairs. Yeah, I'd say he is, because this looks like a long stop here. He's getting him to bang away at the sheet metal. And then he'll be back out and running. So he's not totally happy with how the car was. Wants to get it more in pristine order.
And Jeff, with the amount of cautions that we're having, if you've got damage, do you think it's a good idea, just pretty much every caution right now, since we're this early in the race, just to come down and get that damage worked on?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is again, this is one of those tracks. It's a mile-long track, and when we go to Martinsville and we go to Bristol, aero is not as much of a factor as maybe as if we go to Vegas or Charlotte, those type of tracks. But this is one of those odd mile tracks where aero is going to be a huge thing. So any damage that these guys can get fixed, it's going to be to their benefit.
All right, we're double file once more. And we're going to get going. Oh, and look at this. I think the 98 of Thunhorst is picking up on this new tire model. A little bit of accelerating and braking. Try and get the tires warmed up before we go back to green. I'm seeing a few doing that. Looks like the 90 of Warling also trying to exercise that little trick. Now through 3 and 4. Who's got them warmed up? Who's got the car great on the early run? Mustang pace car takes it down to the pit lane again. Eric Smith off like a shot is got the green flag. The 98 still trying to make sure that he keeps everybody behind it. He does so quite nicely. Rest of the field coming down through turns 1 and 2. Looks like first side-by-side battle is between Beltrami and Quinn. That's for 9th place. Quinn's going to get that one done. Although not completely. Oh, the 14 drifts up. And then that is Andrew Waring who keeps it out of the wall, but just barely.
Great driving from Waring just to hang on to it. He did a great job to hold on to that right now. And he's going to stay on that high side. And actually, he gets pushed to the high side again and is now into the wall as we're going to the replay. Going on board with Waring here. Watch this.
Oh, there's the touch. Great heads up. Let's stay with it here on the replay. Let's see the second shove that we missed here.
And let's be through 1 and 2.
And it's the same thing again. Oh, it's just scraping off that right side paint. As that happened, Travis Warling moved up into 3rd past Callisto like he was standing still. Thunhorst is directly in front of him. Put another notch on the belt there for Travis Warling.
Ooh, contact!
Oh!
Both of them up to the high side. Lionel Calisto's going to get a great run, but he's going to have nowhere to go with it. Travis Warling down almost onto the apron there. Lionel Calisto to the bottom side of Warling. Look at this pace he has. Travis Warling going to get stuck on that high side, the slow side. Lionel Calisto on the bumps on the inside, getting a little bit loose, but he's able to keep the speed going and makes the pass.
Back
and
down
while
to 4th
this is
for the 90.
while all this is happening, Eric Smith is just pulling away from these guys. He's got the lead out to 1.2 seconds. And he's just loving the battles going on by.
Yeah, that has caused a significant gap. There you see the 32 coming around to take another lap here. In fact, it's a bit clogged up from all that fighting. Thunhorst still has Callisto, Warling, Centel, Hayes all right behind him.
Yeah, it's very tight there. And as Jeff was saying, it's that draft that's really starting to affect these guys, but also it affects them going into the corner too. They get a little bit tight on entry, and they think they need to put more wheel into it than they usually do, and that's what makes them get loose on exit. But look at the speed that these laps that this second pack has, and all trying to catch up to Eric Smith.
In fact, I think Warling might have another go at Callisto here soon as we watch them. He's been getting the gap smaller and smaller. We'll ride on board with Travis. This current championship leader was audibly frustrated that he missed out on the championship last season and has really been on a tear so far. Currently sitting in 4th spot. If he can finish here, this will still be a decent chunk of points, but I don't think he's going to settle for this.
No, definitely not. He's going to try and get a pass on. Wow, look at the bumps. And here he goes, that low side on the front stretch. He's going to go down there and try and get past Lionel Callisto.
I think he's got it. He's got that desirable inside line. Callisto looking to cover it off before the 91 gets in there, and he does. But now, Warling back up into 3rd. Last time he couldn't make the pass on Thunhorst. What can he do the second asking?
That's just
and
amazing.
interesting enough, guys, these guys have finally figured out how to get single file and just ride this out. It took us 75 laps. They're not riding it out. They're still battling, but we are finally getting single file. We're going to get those 2-car battles. We're going to get those 3-car battles, and we might actually get a green flag run.
And, you know, that's something that we should remind our audience of. This isn't necessarily drivers who do these cars week in and week out. The Major Series has them driving all different types of cars at all different types of tracks, and including different types of surfaces even that they've got dirt these last couple years. Still all over the back of Thunhorst. But we're going to dip away from this a little bit because 9th place. Ooh, and I think Christian might have a spot on the 41.
Yeah, Christian Chandler to that low side on Steve Driscoll. He's going to make that pass work for sure. There he goes, making that work, and we have that battle for second actually going on right now too as Christian Chandler makes it going by. Wow, good move from him, but take a look at that. Travis Warling up to that 2nd spot, and Matthew Thunhorst under some pressure here from Callisto.
Well, no longer, because Callisto had to check up, and the 91 of Matt Sintel had a look at it, but that actually put Sintel off the corner, and here comes the 33. Wade Hayes has got a nose in down into turn 1. He's got a friend trying to follow him through. That was Driscoll who washes up high. Oh, and some contact maybe between the 33 and the 71. They somehow keep going.
And here comes Chandler, who we were just talking about, up to the back of this pack. This is how close these battles are getting. These guys really going at it here, but really good, clean racing as everyone's going forward.
And this is pretty much all the major teams that we're seeing represented here up at the front. That's Kinetic in there, Sector 5 battling for it. Unorthodox for Steve Driscoll. None of the teams are letting this go to waste here today.
And Tristan Chandler's actually got a car underneath him right now. That's Johnny Nichols, who's actually recovered from his own incident and in his spare car. These are 2 spare car drivers side by side off of.
Chandler pushing hard on that high side to try and hold him back, sends it in deep. It might be a losing battle here. He knows it. He's going to let him go. So the 41 now moves up to 9th. I'm curious. Worley now has extended the gap over Thunhorst. What's the laps like between himself and Eric Smith? Is he gaining?
He's had a couple of laps to try it, and he's really putting in good times. Matthew starting to fall behind a little bit. He's starting to gap himself on Lionel Callisto as well. But man, these laps that Travis is putting in, very, very efficient, very fast.
Yeah, it's about a couple hundredths that Travis is gaining on Eric each lap. So not a lot, but enough to possibly in a couple laps be banging on the door and maybe get a good run at Eric and the first challenger we've had in 2011.
20 laps. We've certainly been staying green for a while. We're riding on board. There's the comparison yet again. And yeah, it's consistently becoming that Smith is slower, another lap slower than Worling there, Jeff. He is a coming.
Yeah, and once he gets there, he is not going to wait around for long. He's gotten through this pack, and he's done a really good job maneuvering through traffic. There's no way he's going to wait.
We have yet to have a repeat winner so far this season. Worling could become the first if he can get up to the front as we head back here into the battle with one of our other drivers on the Kinetic team, Scott Corbin.
Yeah, and that was Ryan Steele getting past Scott Corbin. Corbin struggling a little bit on tires. This is the longest the run has gone, and this is quite a long stint for some of these drivers. Most of it's been caution, but these tires are starting to wear out, Jeff.
Oh, absolutely. And the more these guys get over these bumps, with these temperatures, I know I've hit on the bumps a lot, but the more these guys hit those bumps and slide around, these tires are not going to hold up. This V7 tire model is very unforgiving to aggressiveness. So, and the track temperature even has gone down quite a bit. We were at 102 just a few moments ago, and now we're at 98. So the temperature cooling, the time should get faster, and we're going to see these guys start to race a little bit more.
Oof. Very close down to the inside as the 54 has to give room. Scott Corbin now going to get freight trained by yet more people. Cully and Warner both moved themselves up into 23rd and 22nd respectively.
Yeah, we got a battle for P8 going on between Wade Hayes, Johnny Nichols, and Kristen Challoner. And these guys are all still in that lead pack line. And what they've been dealing with is traffic. Traffic around here is... Oh, we have a spinner on the front.
That's Warling.
That's Travis Warling.
The 90 loses a whole heap of positions, but I don't think he hit anything. I'm trying to check here. Oh, no, he did. He hit the outside wall. That's what caused the spin.
Oh, he's pancaked that right side. This will be a spare car for sure.
Let's take a look at the replay.
Oh, and if we could go on board with him, this is really unusual for any of these cars. He gets extremely tight exiting the corner.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
And it just goes straight.
Wow. He was tucked down to the bottom almost the whole way through the corner. I would not have expected him to wind up in the wall.
And I'm curious, guys, to see how well he handles a new car. He's been driving the wheels off this thing with all that damage. Now he's got a new car. That's scary to me. I would be worried.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the thing is, even though he lost a bunch of positions, when the yellow flag came out, they gave him his spots back, and he went back to 7th. So it was really only a couple down. Let's see if he takes it or if he elects for some repairs.
After that hard of a hit, Joe, I would think he would take it, but no, he's just going to get repairs. He thinks it's too early for a spare car. Here comes Thunhorst into his spot.
And I would be worried about, once they get up to speed and get going pretty quick, how that car handles with that right front damage. Did he knock the toe out of it a little bit, and is it going to make it tough to drive? That's going to be huge, because he has not had it back up to speed to know.
Boy, it was
Eric
close
Smith.
to the line. Yeah, you saw what I
Very
saw.
close.
Beat Matthew Thunhorst out, but Thunhorst is slowing.
He might have a penalty.
did I think he must have gotten a speeding penalty. Oh my goodness. This is going to send him to the end of the line. A driver who has not been outside really the top 4 all day long. Crushing blow. He's got time to make it up, but this puts him back in the danger zone.
Really far back in the danger zone. This is going from 2nd down to 32nd position. He's going to lose 30 positions because of that moment on pit road.
So once again, we find the complexion of the lead changed. Eric Smith, Lionel Callisto now in 2nd. And Matt Sintel going to be restarting in 3rd. Credit to Matt. He started to drop off on that one stint there, Jeff, but it looks like he stopped the bleeding. He hasn't really gone any farther down.
Yeah, and he's finally getting comfortable and settling into these tracks, these track conditions. So will he be able to dig his way back up and get back up front? And I think it has to have a lot to do with the clean air. I think that's where a lot of his fall off came. And once he gets that clean air, once these guys got single file, there's a lot of air there if you want to try to use that high side, but you got to get enough people to be able to use it and have that grip. So it'd be curious. I'm curious to see how that's all going to work out.
Once again, double file. And again, on the screen, you can see our charity for this race, the Challenged Athletes Foundation. If you want to check them out, we have a link in the description below. That is challengedathletes.org if you would like to donate. The other curious thing, you talked about conditions. If we take a look at the weather once again, 94 degrees Fahrenheit. It's gone all the way back down to where it was when it started. So anybody who liked those early weather conditions will probably like how it is now. They are coming through 3 and 4. Believe, is this the first time? No, this isn't the first time we've seen the 32 take the restart. This will be his second one. Eric Smith going to try and hold off Lionel Callisto once we get the green from caution number 8. Pace car is in. Eric Smith is out. And green flag is up. So, down into the first corner. Oh, the 91 of Matt Sintel managed to catch the number 2 sleeping a little bit, but he's going to carry the speed the long way around. He runs out a little bit of momentum, but he's still got a nose ahead, and here comes Travis Worling already back up into P4.
Yeah, it's very, very tight in this front pack, but Eric Smith is just gone. Shot out like a rocket, and Travis Worling actually struggled significantly through the turn.
Caution is out. Brian McGreevy in the 68, I think, was the cause. And single car incident, but yeah, exactly. The 388 of Cully. Oh, man, great heads up by everybody to avoid this wreck. You want a good on board? The number 27 of Vincent Leherbier. I don't know how he managed to keep from getting involved. He did get a little touch from behind. Eddie Hawks unfortunately tapped his rear.
Here we go on board with Leherbier. He's going to see it happen. You can see the smoke, and he's trying to find his way through, and man, it gets really close right there.
From a tiny little speck on the screen to suddenly there's the car, and there you see McGreevy getting it going once again. This is the initial incident.
And you can see that he thought he was cleared to go down to that bottom side, and the 388 just was trying to make a lunge there. And wow, everyone just really wheeling it to try and get around it.
Boy, he was just a meteor heading to the outside wall. Ooh, and this is curious. Vincent Leherbier faked coming into the pits and decided to stay out. A couple others came in, but I guess he's going to try and get either a lap back or just get a little bit of track position. It's been a bit since we've taken a break here, so we're going to pause for a moment. We've got about a little under 300 laps to go here at Rockingham. We'll come back with more of the Rockingham 400 round 3 of the majors. Welcome back to Rockingham. Another restart here underway soon. And we had a very quick caution this last time. Unfortunately, with an incident in turn 3, thankfully only one car really getting involved with any sort of damage. As we come back green, are we going to get another good run? Ooh, long wait there for the 32 of Eric Smith. And once again, the 91 is going to try and take advantage of it. So as the 2 of Lionel Callisto looks to try and defend, I think Matt Sintel has got the better of him, and in fact, this opens the door for the 90 of Warling.
Yeah, Travis Warling trying to get to that bottom side of Lionel Callisto. Oh no, Santel gets loose, and now he's in Callisto or into the wall, and it's a big spin on the front. I believe that was...
That's Warling. Warling spun off. A lot of multiple different incidents happening here before the caution. So this starts with the 91 and the 2, and Sintel gets loose. Boy, just absolutely rocket ships up to the outside.
Yeah, so here we go as the 2 tries to follow Sintel in. Sintel gets loose on entry, and then he ends up going into Lionel's line. Lionel trying to carry the speed to the corner. And then Travis Warling just getting caught in a whole different scenario on the front straight.
And bad news for the Sector 5 team fans. Jimbo Pfeiffer, the teammate of Sintel, just destroys his car. Absolutely going to need a spare car here for the 91. The double aught just, gosh, how fast was he going? He was 130 when he hit him.
Oy.
Yeah, it was a massive wreck. In fact, I think Jimbo's done for the day because I'm pretty sure he's taken his spare car.
And here's Jimbo coming through. He's keeping his foot in it, and he just clobbers his teammate and then straight into the pit road as well.
There you can see the damaged engine out of that. Man, a lot of fast drivers taken out from that. What happened? Is Warling? Yeah, okay, so Warling's still up there. He's still in 4th. Boy, he lucked out that the caution came out when it did.
I mean, that's twice he's lucked out that the caution came out when it did, Joe.
Now, we should see Sintel get back into things. He might have had to take a tow. I don't know if he was able to drive it back, but I'm pretty certain he still had a car left. Where is he on my timing and scoring? I'm trying to find him now. So used to looking up at the top.
33rd in the pit lane right now, and he has not completed his tow yet, if that's the case. So.
Oh. Well, the lucky dog can only do so much. But I guess the good thing is we've had plenty of them so far because of all the cautions.
And Callisto looks like he's in a similar boat.
Oh, you're right. Granted, Callisto looks like he drove his back, but is he? Oh, well, you know what? Callisto's trying to do the game that he always does, which is to save that fast repair until the final stages of the race. So he's trying to get this repaired and see how it drives once he gets back in.
And having to take that tow is really, really going to hurt them on this mile-long track because you're not just going to go one lap down. You're going to go multiple laps down, especially with some of these tows where they get to be a minute and a half or so. It's not going to fare for them too well. Luckily, like you said, we have had plenty of lucky dogs to be able to get some of those lap back.
Yeah, Sintel is going to get his spare car and come out, I believe, 3 laps down.
You are right, because he just snuck out ahead of the pace car as they go double file. So he'll be able to cycle up to the back, but he's got a long road ahead of him. And the question is, can he get the luck to try and get back in the lead lap? And then can he climb through the field without falling victim to another incident? We're going to go green this time by on lap 105. Eric Smith to the inside of Brian Bennett now. The 71 didn't qualify well, put it in 8th. Well, didn't qualify well for him. For most drivers, that would be a phenomenal result. So let's see what he can do now that he's got a little bit more clean air. Pace car is in. Green flag is out. Oh, a lot of wheel spin from Brian Bennett. He collects it in time. Thankfully, no big checkup. Steve Driscoll to the inside of Travis Worling. Both of those unorthodox car looking really out of shape. But the 90's got a lot of speed.
Oh, now we have another collision, the 90 in the wall.
And do we have a caution? Yeah, we have to have a caution because there is now a car on its lid, and that is Travis Worling. He's not going to get tipped back over. Oh, he is. He is going to get back over. What luck for the 90. I thought he was going to have to take a tow.
Yeah, we just need to just stay on the 90 throughout this wreck because he had a wild run.
And then Driscoll was the other one involved in the 51. Wow, he climbs the outside wall. Let's go to the replay here. It looks like we might not be able to pull that up, so apologies. Give us a second, we'll be able to get that pulled up. And Driscoll went to the spin, through a spin cycle there. And the 90, well, he got hit a second time when he was trying to collect the car and was coming back up the track. Wade Hayes actually got him. He clipped the wall a second time, did a literal barrel roll. It was on his lid.
So Steve Driscoll has already pitted and taken his spare car. Here comes the 90. I believe this will finally be the moment where he takes his spare car, and we're going to try and get this replay.
So looks like we won't be able to get a replay. Apologies, we're having some issues here with that. Warren went for a spin as well in the 336. He caught a little tip of Worling and then went around 3 and 4 and managed to not have anybody touch him in the process. So we get the cars all sorted out. So Smith leading, Bennett second. How about this? Christian Challoner in the 37 is up to third.
Challoner, a great recovery from him, and he has just been clawing his way forward. He hasn't had the best long run pace, but he stayed out of trouble. And with all these leaders having moments coming out of 2, he's just kept his nose clean, and he's up there in third. Liam Quinn, as we mentioned before, he's up to 6th as well, Christian's teammate. So quite impressive stuff from those Kinetic guys.
I'm not too shocked because Kinetic certainly has usually had a never say die attitude. They have been incredibly powerful. They've been looking to take the team's championship. This year they'll finally get the opportunity to, or we'll finally see somebody other than Alliance take the teams since they are not competing this season, at least in an official sense.
Also worth noting, Johnny Nichols has climbed his way from 32nd. He started all the way up to 5th and not in a bad shape car-wise. So these guys are starting to see what it's like to just be patient and let things fall into place, because we've seen a lot of fast cars. You know, we just talked for a while about Worling and how strong he's been, and to see what just happened to him, you know, if you're patient, it'll pay off.
Worling's still on the lead lap, but he's back down to 27th. All that hard work has to be done all over again. We're going to go green this time by. See Wade Hayes in there up towards the top. Johnny Nichols, I wouldn't call it a quiet race necessarily for that 41, but hasn't been quite as flashy as some of these other drivers. Just kind of hovering around here in the top 10 and trying to keep himself away from all the wrecks that keep happening. Let's see what this restart holds. Of our top 6, 3 of them are that Kinetic Racing team. Tells you how good they are. Pace car getting ready to come on in. The number 32 has control. Green flag is out. Eric Smith taking the lead over once more. But Christian Challenger with a very good jump. He goes from third to second. He gets ahead of the 71 just like that.
Yeah, and they're battling back there with Wade Hayes and Johnny Nichols. They're able to get it sorted out, but the battle's actually happening in those 10th spots on back. And here, the two teammates side by side there in the back for the 7th position.
Get that sorted out. Blake Reynolds in there, by the way, in 7th, managing to get himself back into things in the number 3. Don't count him out. He is another black stripe driver on the professional side. Here,
and we have another wreck. Scott Corbin went up into the wall on the exit of 2.
Pretty sure we've seen Corbin in a big one already. Looks like he collected James Stacy in that, and they also had a small touch with Rob Gall. Let's see if we can pull up this replay. The 54 doing what a lot of drivers have done, so he can't be too embarrassed. He's not the first. I doubt he'll be the last.
Yeah, and this is just a single car moment. He's just riding along on the high side. It's just a little bit too hot through 2 and slides up into that outside wall and collects the 20. The 20 had nowhere to go, nothing to do. He's not involved. He just gets collected into that incident.
Jeff, it looks like this track it must feel like it narrows up to about 6 feet wide coming down this backstretch, the way they keep hitting that wall.
Yeah, it's a lot like when you're racing at Darlington, it kind of does the same thing. You really have to be on the wheel to get that car pulled down to the inside, or at least off the wall. And here specifically, it's rough because you got all those bumps, and that can upset the car quite a bit.
Incredibly, we only have one driver who's been taken behind the wall. He hasn't DNF'd yet. Sam Roush, who is in 35th, has been taking about 40 some odd minutes of repairs. So I expect him still sitting there. He is intending to try and get his way onto the circuit and complete some laps. Everybody else still running, although some many laps down.
And worth noting, guys, right there on that restart, Challenger did not have any stress from behind. So he was able to stay with Eric Smith and not let him get away like we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, that was a beautiful restart from Christian, which now puts him into 2nd place. What can he do with Eric Smith? Challenger has one of the wins this season. It was in Daytona. They had 3 winners because of the multi-class racing in that event, the 2.4 hours. I believe he was in the GTE cars, if I remember correctly. So, interesting stat I see you've dug up here, Adam. Hopefully we don't have to rely on this one.
Oh, no, this one is for... I was thinking about Samuel Roush, and he is 65 laps off of the lead right now. And he would have to run a total of 295 laps in order to do minimum distance to score points. So he needs to get out there soon in order to do that.
Gotcha. When you wrote that down, I thought you meant we had to complete 295 laps for the race to count. And I was like, oh my Lord, I hope we don't wind up in that situation. We did have at least one of them run into the time limit. The European region, unfortunately, had too many cautions, and it became a timed race. Almost a necessity, because this track is not lit here on iRacing, and I don't mean that in the youthful sense. That is, there are no electric lighting for nighttime racing here at Rockingham. So we ride on board with the pace car. Looking back, the 37 having come back from a big setback. He's got his teammate helping him. Still 3 of these kinetic cars. And in fact, they're now all in the line. Wade Hayes and the 24 of Liam Quinn all lined up in the same row, back to back to back. So can they maybe get the start a little bit together here. Let's see. Green flag is out. It's decent from them. And though Christian isn't able to challenge for the lead, he has got a great jump and it's definitely up into second. Behind him, battling for third, Wade Hayes trying to hold off Brian Bennett, pinching him down through 1 and 2. Still side by side. Oh, and did our leader just catch the wall? Was that Eric Smith bumping against the wall? He catches it, but it looks like the 37 has got a little bit of steam on him.
Yeah, Eric has a little bit of right front damage now, and that's going to be affecting him. He's going to back off and let Christian Challenger go by. That's a smart move. Just get down to that low.
Christian Challenger up to the lead. Let's take a quick look at the replay. Just out of the corner of my eye, I happened to catch it. Just unusual. Eric Smith figured everybody else is hitting the wall on the exit of 2. He might have been leaving it out.
Yeah, he clipped that pretty hard. He got up onto 2 wheels there. That was just the wall coming out to bite him a little bit. And that's something you do when you're running up there right on that high side. The wall just bulges just a tiny bit there. Amazing.
32 dropped back slightly, but it looks like he's got it together. Oh, behind him, Brian Bennett is pushing hard. He brushed the wall on the exit of 4. He doesn't lose the spot, but Wade Hayes, Blake Reynolds, and Liam Quinn are all there to gobble it up if he makes another.
Yeah, Wade Hayes is actually being challenged by Blake Reynolds, who's going to dive to that low side now, and he's going to take it. That's Wade Hayes who's going to just back off there and let Blake Reynolds take
caution.
Travis whirling around again.
Oh, no, and Pfeiffer is involved. Pfeiffer with another expired engine, so he is definitely done now.
And whirling with an expired engine. That was his spare car. He's done as well. Oh, no.
Let's watch to see how Jimbo kicked this one off because it seems like he was the instigator.
Well, Joe, I think it's going to be familiar.
Yeah, I can already guess. Off 2, and there's the wall. It was a lighter brush, but it was enough that, well, it looks like the 90 was so close to him that he couldn't get around him. And the 2 came together. Now they're going down into pit lane together, it seems.
Now, without control on this restart, is Eric Smith going to be able to pull out as far as he has in these previous restarts over Christian Challenger? I don't see it happening, honestly. I think Christian is sitting in the captain's seat right now with the control and the restart here. This is going to be cool.
Yeah, I mean, we now have, again, another of our Black Stripe pro-level drivers racing in that iRacing Coca-Cola series. Christian Challenger has the opportunity to get himself another victory here in the majors. He's got plenty. And it'll be like old times once again because Blake Reynolds is only back a couple positions. He's sitting in 4th.
Yeah, and with the night that he's had, for him to be up to 4th already is absolutely amazing. He just drove the wheels off this car. Hopefully not literally.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, and soon you're going to be able to do that, I guess, Jeff, because we're going to get the new damage model on this thing in the build in 2 days, I believe.
I am so excited for that. I want to see these cars explode, if you will, and pieces fall off of it. I want to see the debris. I think that's gonna be really cool. We've seen it with the skippies. We've seen the debris laying across the track, and it's really, really cool to be able to bring that kind of technology into the sim so quickly.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about it being the first oval car to really get this treatment. It's going to be awesome to see NASCAR style wrecks looking realistic.
Well, I as much as I would love to have seen it for this race, I have to say it might be a good thing we didn't have it because you can hit the debris and it's already been pretty messy as it is. So that's even more damage that these cars would have at this point. Looking to see. Whirling looks like he's still getting repairs, so he's going to try and bring it back out. Pfeiffer is too. Scott Corbin has been in for about 4 minutes. He's been trying to get that thing repaired and get it back out. So nobody's giving up quite yet, but it's an engine takes nearly an hour to put a new one in here on iRacing. they're going to be pretty disadvantaged by the time they return.
Yeah, so if you fall behind 98 laps behind the leader, that is the cutoff point for scoring points. So Samuel Roush, who we talked about, he's definitely getting that engine repaired. He is 74 laps behind the leader, so he's still got a little bit of time. But they're doubled up now, and if they get onto a green flag run, that time's going to disappear.
Can we get a green flag run? Can Christian Challoner lead the way? What is Eric Smith's car like after he climbed the wall right here on the entry into turn 3? If he is disadvantaged with everybody packed up now, he could find himself being overrun by some very fast drivers, including Bennett, Reynolds, Hayes, Quinn in there as well. So, coming around, the pace car getting ready to duck in. There it goes. Christian Challoner gets the green flag, and he is off and away.
Oh, and it's
Eric
balling up on the
Smith.
bottom side. Oh, they're able to keep it together. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay. You had your eyes on it. I couldn't quite find it, so I'm glad you caught it. Eric Smith is struggling. That's a horrible start compared to Christian Challoner. He does hold back Bennett, but look at him just climbing all over him right now as Reynolds is back there. Wade Hayes fighting with his teammate Quinn. Backs out to try and let him get in line. Down to the low side, the number 3, the Dog Bear Racing car, manages to get ahead, and he's going to demote Bennett one more position.
There's so many cars with damage out there, so many of them struggling on that high side. Here's that exit of 2, the dangerous exit of 2. Is everyone going to make it through this time?
So far, so good. Right on board with Liam Quinn looking up ahead. That's Bennett directly in front of us right now. He's got Sam Harris just behind him. Harris, another quiet one in that number 42. We haven't talked a lot about him, but running in the top 10 currently, so not doing too shabby.
Yeah, any car that gets stuck on the high side right now is going to have a bad day. I'm watching Daniel Knight in the 10th position, now 11th position, just stuck on that high side. He's got a majorly damaged car, but that's not what's making him slow. What's making him slow is being on that high side. And watch him as he tries to exit 2 this time. He's going to try and cut off Kevin Hill on the low side, but Kevin's got a nose in, so Daniel Knight's going to have to watch him here. He has to back off so much getting off that corner.
Kevin Hill does find a space in line. You can also see Andrew Waring still in this thing after multiple hard hits. He gets to the underside of Jeff Schmeier, so Jeff has to settle for 14th. As all this is going on, Christian Challoner has pulled away to a 1.2 second lead.
Yeah, and these guys are wheeling this. I'm watching Blake Reynolds as he comes off of 4 onto that front stretch. He is almost sideways sliding through 3 and 4. So I'm curious. He's got to be burning up the tires, even with the open setup. He's got to be burning up those tires, and will we see the fall off?
Yeah, and we're on board with Blake Reynolds, seeing his hands at work here. He is just working his hands right now, trying to get that car. Look at how loose he gets off of 4. He's just like you said, Jeff. Looking at those hands work as they go point to the right, exiting turn 4. Let's see whether it happens again on the exit of 2. Yes, it does.
Morley
Justin
involved.
Kirby.
And yeah, you're right. This is on the front stretch.
Oh, this was Morley getting into the back of Kirby on the exit of 4.
Oh boy, it's a big one. In fact, Morley's going to ride the wall. He's going to ride the fence even.
Kirby into the Morley into the catch fence there. Oh.
And Morley is dog tracking, trying to get caught up to the rest of the field. So he is definitely going to need that spare car if he hasn't already used it.
Let me see if that was net code. We haven't really talked about that a whole lot here.
I'm pretty sure that had something to do with both netcode and also with the rear end damage on Kirby's vehicle. It has punched in that right rear, and while that right rear looks punched in graphically, with the current damage model that we have right now before they get the new one, it's still physically as long as it would be normally. So Morley probably just misjudged it based upon that as well.
Yeah, it was definitely netcode from what I could see going back and looking. We've got leaders in for pit stops now. Let's see if anybody plays an interesting strategy or if it's still 4 tires for the call of the day. Warren and Barnes stay out, and they were on the lead lap as far as I know. Oh, Eric Smith out first. Eric Smith with a 2-tire call. Brian Bennett with a 2-tire call. Challoner returns in third of the drivers who have pitted.
All right, Jeff, you're going to have to explain this one to me because I'm not, from where I'm sitting, I'm not sure 2 tires is a good idea. What do you think?
Honestly, really, with the way these guys have been going tonight and the amount of cautions that we've had, 2 tires may just be a track position call, and it may not hurt them. What did we have on that last run? Probably 10, not even 10 lap run. So that the left sides should not have that much damage on. Yeah, we got, that was a 7 lap run. So the left side tires should not be beat up that much. That might not be a bad call. And if we get a quick caution, who's to say we don't come back in and get rights?
Brian Barnes, by the way, decided he was going to come in. Warren did not. The 336 has decided he wants to keep the car out there. See what he can do with clean air. Does seem to have helped some drivers. Once they get up front, they finally find their legs.
Yeah, Joe, and Warren has one more opportunity to come in, so we'll see whether he takes it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and stick it out there and maybe gain some track position, considering the fact that we've only been able to get three laps out of a run so far in the last 3 cautions.
Interesting to note, we also still have 30 cars on the lead lap. I'm sure the lucky dog has probably really helped that. Justin Kirby's the last one out there on the lead lap, but he's getting repairs, some more repairs, I should say. And yeah, he's going to come back out, so he is going to make it. We go double file once again. Warren is a giant question mark. We've seen Eric Smith to his outside take the restart. We've seen Bennett take the restart. We've seen Challoner take the restarts. All have been good. But what can Andrew do?
Yeah, this could be the wild card that mixes everything up for that front pack. Christian Challoner was doing a great job, and he actually lost those positions to Eric Smith and Brian Bennett, who took 2 tires. So Christian, the first 4-tire starter, starting off in the 4th position behind these 3 drivers who have some old tires.
Coming around through 3 and 4. Andrew Warren waiting for that pace car to come on in. Hopefully he doesn't have wheel spin here since he didn't take tires. Green flag is out. Looks decent. Not the greatest of starts. And in fact, already it looks like Eric Smith still holding nose on the outside. Now he's got to get back in line. Up there on the high side, the 37 of Christian Challoner coming on strong. He's going to be able to slip into 3rd. Brian Bennett holding off the pair of Wade Hayes and Blake Reynolds back there for 4th place. They come around to complete the first lap under green, and Reynolds is looking very strong.
Reynolds doing a great job there, looking very, very, very strong on that low side. He's going to try and look underneath Challoner, but Bennett Bennett's going to block him off there. So great racing from all these guys up front.
He's not done with him yet. Another look to the inside. Oh, but is he going to get chopped off? Bennett is in no mood for this. He almost cut down on him, had to give way at the last second. So the 3 gets through. Blake Reynolds up to P4.
And this is Johnny Nichols underneath Liam Quinn that you're seeing in the background. The 24 stuck on that high side. He's going to get trapped up there, and he's going to be able to make the exit work. But that's Steve Driscoll who's looking to his low side now as Johnny Nichols goes up to try and get a good line into the corner. But Liam Quinn stuck on that high side. He's going to have to try and fall in behind Driscoll, but Driscoll unable to get a good run off the corner. This gives an opportunity to Quinn.
Quinn gets the shot as they come down into turn 1, but it's a shorter line on the bottom side. I think Driscoll's finally get it done, so give P8 to him. What a bizarre mix up front that we've got. By the way, because we can see everybody's licenses here, Warren is a rookie license oval racer. I think he's done more practice than that implies. Smith is a B license, and then you got 2 black stripes in here before you get a C license. And then our first A is in 6th. That's Wade Hayes. What a strange mix.
Yeah, Brian Bennett's call for those 2 tires is not working out. He's dropped from 3rd to 5th already behind Blake Reynolds and Christian Challenger, our black stripe drivers. Eric Smith is out there on 2 tires, and Andrew Waring out there on old tires, and Christian Challenger is gaining on Smith here for that second position. He's looking very strong on those fresh 4.
Watching from on board, Christian Challenger hunting Eric Smith without having taken tires. In fact, they're 33-lap-old tires on Andrew Waring. These are not fresh things underneath them. I can't believe they aren't catching him. I would have guessed, looking at those numbers, that Smith would have just gobbled him up.
And that's just a testament to how much a driver can control how much their tires affect them. As Eric Smith looks here, Waring has done a great job of holding off Eric Smith even as much as with those 35 laps now on his tires. He has done a great job, and he's still continuing to hold Eric Smith off.
Come down the back stretch, car staying low, out of the way. That's Warling, who's back in the race now. So he's managed to get another engine into the car. Little look to the inside from Eric Smith. In fact, more than a look to the inside, a nose to the inside, and he's just going to give way. Waring sees the writing on the wall. He's not going to fight it.
And he gives way to Christian Challenger as well, who now only has Eric Smith ahead of him for that. Andrew Waring going backwards fast. He falls behind Blake Reynolds as well. So, man, that losing that spot on the exit at 2 cost him so much time around here.
I almost wonder if that was intentional, though. It looked like he let the leader through, and there's a big gap back to Brian Bennett behind him. So he's not under threat now that he's lost those spots. He can just kind of hold on and ride with this top group. He's still gained positions with that move.
And if this was a traffic position, if this was a track position play, then Andrew Waring has played it perfectly if he can hang on to the back of these front 4 and keep that second over Brian Bennett.
Here's the thing, though, Jeff. I'm guessing the last thing Waring wants right now is a long green flag run. Because 38 laps on those tires now, well, he can't last too much longer. We were told 90 laps before the tires actually explode.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at the trends along in this race, and we haven't gotten that long of a run. So he is hoping for that caution lap, that caution flag. But the way they're settling in now, they're starting to get single file without a driver mistake. I don't think you're going to get it.
It's not looking good, but well, we say that with green flag racing, not looking good for Waring at least. Top 3 have settled down. Smith, Challenger, Reynolds just holding station, maybe trying to get some laps in. Travis Warling, for those who are wondering, is 18 laps down, but he is back out on the track.
Yeah, as things start to settle out here, we're going to see the tire cliff start to happen. Jeff, you were talking to me before this race. You were saying after about 10 laps, these cars get pretty loose.
Yeah, with this new V7 tire model, once you get a heat cycle on them and you start to get laps on them, it's rough. It is rough to drive these things and then to deal with this track in these conditions. Again, we're running around 93 degrees for track temperature. So from where we started, the track is relatively cool, but it is still a terror on tires.
On screen, that was a pass you saw for 6th position. Driscoll sneaking underneath Wade Hayes in the 33. So Driscoll sets his sights a little higher. Also a battle for 12th, and I think, did Cully just take that position away from Steele?
Yes, he did. Yeah, Ryan Steele is starting to struggle a little bit on his tires, even though he's only on 18-lap-old tires, and so are the rest of the guys around him. He's taken less pit stops than Josh Coley, who's taken 12 over the course of this race, but Ryan Steele's starting to struggle a little bit on pace.
Some good action here in the mid-pack amongst drivers. But looks like Challenger's not wasting any more time. He's starting to run down the 32. He managed to get by him before. Can he do it again? Remember, we saw Eric Smith take 2 tires last time by. Isn't serving him too badly.
Well, he's got great pace off of 2. He's really got a good understanding of where this car is strong and how those 2 tires are working. I mean, I would guess that he's definitely done some practice on that, but Christian Challoner looks pretty content to just ride behind Eric Smith for the moment, but they've got a lot of lap traffic ahead of them. They're going to start lapping lead lap cars soon.
When Christian's got to know that those tires are going to go, so there's no point in him pushing and burning up his stuff. Even as much as, he could push, there's no point in him pushing to get by him because eventually Smith is just going to fall right into his lap.
Maybe that's what he's doing right here. Just coolly and calmly keeping the pressure on, making sure that the 32 can see him in his mirrors, knows that he's there, and either the tires are going to go off or he's going to make a mistake and the door will swing wide open. Sounds like we got a little bit of action down in 9th.
Yeah, Matthew Thunhorse is putting on pressure to Liam Quinn, who has been doing pretty well, but Thunhorse seems to have a really settled car through the corners. He seems to be able to rotate really well through the center and not be too loose off, and now he's got to run. He's going to look to the bottom here of Liam Quinn going into 3 and 4, and Liam's just going to let him.
Thunhorse a bit of a ghost here because we saw him get involved in that big accident, get sent to the back of the field, now up to the top 10. That was 9th place that he just grabbed, and he's only 7 seconds behind the leaders. Also some action in 13th, side by side between Daniel Knight and Ryan Steele.
Yeah, they've got Nick Kuhn and Bob Beltrami looking on. We haven't talked about Bob much today, but look at these 2 side by side. Ryan Steele and Daniel Knight right on that high side. Has been up there most of the day, actually, and Daniel Knight trying to get by on that low side, but Ryan Steele unwilling to let that high side go. But here comes Nick Kuhn trying to get to that low side. A little bit of a squeeze from Ryan is going to... Oh, man, they both get loose there. And Bob Beltrami looking on to try and get there. It's really starting to bottle up here. But the lead looks like it's closing.
Challenger's right on the bumper of Smith now as they come down through Thunder Alley. Is he going to try and make a move?
And it's almost like Challoner's just toying with him at this point because he gets the run and he just doesn't really push the issue.
I wonder, Jeff, is it possible to take the air off the car ahead by getting your nose underneath them? Or is that not a thing in these old K&N cars?
I don't think that in the K&N cars, in iRacing so much, they have gotten that aero package just quite right to be able to take the air off of it. We see it, in modern day NASCAR every week, but I don't think iRacing has gotten the aero packages just right to be able to make that move yet.
And Joe, looking ahead of these guys, they've got some battles going on. This is for 31st. This is for 29th through 31st, who are ahead of them battling for position. And so Eric Smith and Christian Challoner are closing up on these guys. This is their first really thick traffic that they've had to deal with all day today.
And the unfortunate irony is you see a little bit farther back here is that it was Lionel Kalisto that they were trying to go through. So Kalisto goes another lap down. He's now 4 laps down from the leader. And then that is James Stacy, who actually gets into the wall. Is Stacy going to lose it? He is. Driver's diving low to avoid him. Caution is out for the number 20 lapped car, unfortunately hitting the outside of 2.
Yeah, and James was involved in that last wreck we had as well, and he was the innocent bystander to that one, but this time just up on that high side, taking too much speed through the corner once again, flipping the outside of 2 and losing.
Thankfully, nobody else getting in the midst of it. So, well, this was certainly a blessing for Andrew Loring. He is up to 56 laps now. I guess it was about 55 that he ran on those tires. He's absolutely got to come in. Let's wait to see what our pit stops hold.
He's not going to be able to hang up there with those old tires. He did a great job, though, a great job of being able to hang around. He fourth, and we got another probably 10-15 lap run there. That's huge.
Everybody down pit lane. 2 people stay out, I think, to get their laps back there in the background. Smith leads Challenger, leads Reynolds. Any more 2-tire calls? Didn't work too poorly for some people. Smith in particular. Granted, he had some help in the form of Challenger deciding he didn't really want to try and risk the move and just wait patiently, have the race come to him. Oh, 2 tires again for Eric Smith. I'm guessing the lefts instead of the rights this time.
Very fascinating stuff. It looks like Andrew Waring's going to come out in 4th again after having taken 4 tires and fuel. So that's a huge, huge gain for him.
That's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with more racing here at the Rockingham Speedway. We're watching round 3 of the majors. Welcome back to Rockingham Speedway. Getting ready for another restart here, and the number 13 of David Warner is going to lead the way. He decided to stay out. It worked for one driver, and it worked for him. Let's see how he handles it with 34-lap old tires. Green flag is out. He looks pretty decent on it. Down to the low side. That is Christian Challenger trying to take second away from Eric Smith. Smith on another 2-tire call yet again, trying to pinch him down. And actually, that does interrupt the momentum just slightly for Christian Challenger. Reynolds is able to get up past the number 32. And also, here comes Andrew Waring in the mix, already up to the front. No tire call is not helping out there for David Warner. He is falling backwards in a hurry.
And this could really bottle up everyone in the positions behind him, and he almost gets doored a little bit by Steve Driscoll there as who goes underneath him now, and everyone's able to get off that corner efficiently and well.
Wow, changed everything around. Challenger, your new leader. Reynolds now in second. Andrew Waring in third. Eric Smith falls to P4 on that restart, unfortunately. 13's not giving up. You can see him on the high side of Thunhorst. Thunhorst finally, well, not quite up to the top 5 here, but very close.
And finally, everyone's able. Oh, and we actually have a wreck at the back. That's Marcus Tracy, another lapped car who hits the outside of 2. Same story as the other wrecks.
Yeah, he was on the high side of Brian McGreevy when he ran out of track. So the number 83 will bring out our 16th caution. Let's look at the replay here. I believe this was for position between himself and McGreevy.
Yeah, so Marcus Tracy just in the 83 car, he's on the outside here and just once again carries too much speed through two. Gets up into the outside wall and is unable to save it.
Seems like the temptation has just been way too great for a lot of drivers. Unwilling to lift here. Well, did this? No, it didn't work out for the number 13, I don't think, because, well, is Warner staying out? No, Warner's going to stay out. All right, well, more power to you, bud. The 13 thinks that he can continue to handle these old tires despite losing 6 positions in, what was that, about 2 or 3 green flag laps?
2.5-ish. So yeah, David Warner is in a little bit of trouble here trying to stay out. I mean, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to do the same thing that Waring did, but at this point, he was dropping so many positions that I would just, I don't know, I wouldn't want to admit defeat, but I'd come and get tires.
Yeah. He's got a lot of racing left to try and make up for it. I'm with you that this is a case of a failed strategy, and rather than sticking with a failed strategy, I guess you make the painful call to abandon it and then go back to fresh rubber. But he's going to keep trying. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but he seems to feel confident that he can keep it up. Again, I am really impressed with the 98 of Thunhorst, showing why he is our champion, our current reigning champion. And that number 98 machine, having climbed back from just about dead last almost, and is now looking like he could be in this for the win if he can get up a couple more places and keep his speed up.
An interesting note about this series, just like in F1, the champion is offered the car number 1 if they so choose. Matthew Thunhorst choosing to hang on to that car number 98. He is running as an independent this year after winning the championship last year on a team. And so he is just out here by himself trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, pull a little Lewis Hamilton there with his number. Sticking with what works for him. We all know drivers can be kind of superstitious from time to time, so I guess if it wins you the championship, might as well keep it on the car. See if it gets you another. We have yet to have a repeat champion here in the Americas region, though. Still looking for one. Thunhorst, I'm sure, would love to become the first. So we get double file once more.
So Christian Challoner now in the opportunity to lead the restart again. This time he's got Blake Reynolds to his outside, and then the two-tire car of Eric Smith lining up right behind Christian Challoner. So this is going to be a tough restart for Smith on those 2 tires, with Christian able to get the jump on him.
Challoner and Reynolds. 2 seasons ago, it was these two that were just taking it to each other, back and forth on wins, taking a majority of them amongst them. And it's back like old times. Let's see what kind of start this is going to be like. Pace car is in. Challoner is off.
Oh, that's a major slip up from Blake Reynolds on the outside, but he's still able to get a better launch than Eric Smith on that low side, as I said. But Eric's still able to pull him up there in 3rd position, but the battle is between Steve Driscoll and Matthew Thunhorst for that 5th position.
Thunhorst falls off of it, gets a little loose off of 2, but collects it together. Nichols takes advantage. The 41 gets below him, down in 3 and 4. Oh, we got a spinning car. Is that Reynolds? That's Reynolds who catches it. Reynolds catches the car from nearly fully sideways, and he's still going.
Christian Challoner is off and away, though, because of that 1.7 second lead over Eric Smith, who is now in 2nd position. But Blake Reynolds still struggling. We have a wreck in the back. everybody around, and still cars sliding in. The 68 coming in late. Matt Sendell, Brian McGreevy, Michael Morley.
This is a big one. Trying to figure out who even started it. Morley? Yeah, it's Morley and Daniel Knight. So the 06 and the 94, the first to make contact.
And then it just keeps happening. I mean, these guys make contact into the corner, and the 54 gets spun around. Michael Morley gets spun around by the 42. The 42 gets spun. Bob Beltrami is able to sneak his way through, and then it just keeps collapsing. And the 68 comes in really late here. You're going to see here the 91 colliding with the side, the 388 colliding with the side, and the 68 nowhere to go, running into the back of the four of them. Hard hits.
Oh, just an absolute bowling ball into there. Is it possible for us to get a replay of Reynolds? This was incredible.
Yeah, this, I mean, you got to watch his hands when he works with this one. He is working the wheel really hard. Here he comes to 3 and 4, and you can see it's already loose for him. But he's going to stick it out because he's going to try and catch Challenger. Now he's drifting it all the way through, and then he's able to catch it. Look how hard he's working there.
And he only lost one place. The 32 got through. You'll see it at the very end. In fact, I imagine Smith was checking up big time, seeing what was going on. Look at it. Smith probably had a heart attack himself.
Yeah, Eric Smith here, he's checking up here. He sees it, and he thinks he's about to wreck. He thinks he's about to wreck and get to the side. And he's able to blow up just in time. And wow, that is some impressive driving from Blake.
There's a reason he's got a black stripe on that car. Blake Reynolds has been proving himself in this race and in this series for a long time now. The number 3 still in 3rd place. Challenger still your leader. We've been focusing on all that's been going on behind. Smith is in 2nd, we mentioned. Driscoll still in P4. I see a couple cars coming in for stops. Vincent LaHerbier, one of them. Callisto, Cully, Corbin, also in.
Yeah, Joe, so we only had one car that was out in the garage before this wreck, but we're going to have a lot more here. Matt Sendell, Michael Morley, Lionel Callisto, Justin Kirby. I think Scott Corbin is still in pit lane. He's just pitting, though, so we at least have 4 cars that are going to be really struggling to get back out there.
Well, one of them has come back out on screen here. That looked like a kinetic car, I think, that we're looking at.
Yeah, that's the 27 of Vincent LaHerbier, who we were just mentioning. He's got some rear end damage and some left front fender damage. And Joe, it's hard pressed to find clean cars in this field. Even with the spare car in this series, about 2/3 of the field right now still has significant damage to their vehicles.
Yeah, I'm clicking through right now on my screen just to take a closer look at a few of them, and you're right. This is looking a little bit more like Bristol and less like Rockingham. This is certainly taking a toll. Thank goodness this is virtual cars, and they're not actually having to pay for repairs. Going to get restarted on lap 180. We're not quite to the halfway mark yet. So, with Christian Challenger once again having the top spot. Reynolds did not come in for tires, so I guess he's just going to deal with what he's worn out of them down there in 3rd. Hopefully it'll be a little bit nicer for him. Pace car ducking in. Christian takes the green flag, accelerates away. Oh, very good start for the 3. Down to the inside of Eric Smith. Might be able to get P2 away here, depending on how he is through 1 and 2. And indeed, he's got it. 32 gets in line just in front of Waring. Side by side between Thunhorst and Driscoll. Matthew actually getting up into the top 5 now.
Yeah, Matthew Funhorst doing a good job getting to the low side of Driscoll. Driscoll stuck there on the high side. He's got Johnny Nichols now underneath him. Johnny Nichols on the low side again through 1 and 2 on the second lap of a restart. We see this all the time. And here he is doing it again with Driscoll. Same dance, just a different.
Ooh, behind them, it was awful close as there was a check up there from Wade Hayes. Liam Quinn had to get out of it to keep from hitting him. There you see also a fight between Thunhorst and Waring. Thunhorst manages to get 4th away.
And here comes Nichols. He's going to go to the low side 1 and 2 again. It works for him on those first laps. He's going to try it one more time, and he's able to make that work. Andrew Waring trying to hang on that high.
Waring almost into the wall there out of turn 2 and somehow manages to keep it going. Loses a lot of spots, though, with the checkup that he had to make. And the way that Nichols has really sliced through a bunch of cars at this restart, it makes me wonder if that 41 was playing possum. If he had something underneath him, it was just keeping it in his pocket until he really felt like he needed it.
Yeah, Nichols has shown some impressive speed towards the middle part of this race. We are closing in on halfway, and Johnny Nichols is starting to come online.
Meanwhile, Challoner's stretching away from Reynolds. The old rivals are pulling away from the field in general. It's about a half a second from Blake back to Eric Smith, and then Smith has a whole 3/4 of a second back to Thunhorst.
Yeah, these cars are pretty unruly right now, and the handling's a little rough, but that's a little bit of a surprise because we've actually gone down another 3 degrees, Joe. It's 89 degrees on track as that sun's starting to set in the east here. And that track temperature is starting to come down, but the wind's starting to pick up a little bit, up to 9 miles an hour from the southwest.
The sun sets in the east for you? I'm just curious about that note. Anyways, moving on.
Only in Narnia.
Yeah. As we go to 8th place. And Liam Quinn ahead of Andrew Waring, but also trying to deal with his teammate up ahead. That's Wade Hayes there in the numbers 33.
Blake Reynolds got loose again, and he's now on the low side. It looks like he's got something majorly wrong with his car.
Still catching it. He's still holding on. He's got it under control now, but Matthew Thunhorst is able to go by. I think Nichols is going to be able to take a spot, or at least he thought he could. He gets to the inside. Still a very loose car. Look at the 3 wobble back and forth. He keeps it together, but he is going backwards in a hurry.
Something is broken on that 3. He is just barely holding on to it, Joe. He almost drifts the ice. He's loose again.
Oh, drifting it off the corner. Behind him, that's Driscoll, and I'm sure Driscoll wants to get by him soon. Watching what this 3 is driving like. This is ridiculous.
I mean, I know Blake Reynolds likes a fast car and likes a car that rotates through the center of the corner, but this is a little bit much. Look at how much wheel he has to put into it, exiting 4, but he's still got pace, this guy.
Yeah, but pretty soon those rear tires are going to give way, I have to think. He's been getting sideways out of every corner, and that is not going to be good if we get a pretty long green flag run. They're already 25 laps into a stint. Granted, not all of them under green. Up ahead, that is still Nichols trying to work on Thunhorst. Matthews moved himself up into 3rd. He's a long ways away from Eric Smith, though, who's currently in 2nd place. It's about a 1.5 seconds up the road.
Oh, and Travis Worling looks like he might have blown his engine. He's fine. He's down on the apron and coasting to the pits, but he's going to be out of this race. Blake Reynolds, unless he has a spare car, that is. But look at this. Johnny Nichols with a great run off of 3 and 4. He's got the pace on Thunhorst on the corner, exit of 3 and 4 there. They just can't get close enough before they get the 1 and 2 to dive to the inside.
Well, let's stay with his battle, but an update on Worling. Remember, he has used a spare car. In fact, he's put another engine in the thing, and this is another one blown. So unless he really fancies a long wait, he's probably done yet again. Down to the inside. Here we go on Thunhorst. Man, that 41, look at that. Not many drivers have made Thunhorst look like he's standing still in that fashion.
Man, Johnny Nichols, dark horse here, coming out of the woodwork to put a challenge to these bigwigs in the major series. It doesn't mean that he's inexperienced in the K&N. It just means we don't know his name that well in the major series, but we know that people have specialties. It's awesome to see in the majors how people who have specialties from across the service can make it into this pro split and race for a win.
So now he sets his sights on Eric Smith. So we watch these two with Blake Reynolds trying to hold on to this car. Still looking a little slippery on him. Not as dramatic as before, but Driscoll applying some pressure.
Yeah, Driscoll now catching into the back of Blake, and Driscoll looks a little bit loose too. Not to the same degree as Blake is, but these cars, as Jeff mentioned earlier, starting to get extremely loose on the exit of the corners, and the track temperature back up to 91 degrees.
Which is odd since it's been pretty shade covered for the last few laps. The unorthodox driver still working on, just as we cut away, Reynolds very, very sideways. We've gone to 10th, where we've got, a lot of cars punched together. That's Liam Quinn ahead of Waring. Waring, though, has got great tires underneath him. Look at him shoot off the corner. Behind them as well, that's Samuel Harris getting inside of the salami, side by side still, as Waring drifts up way high, and so does the 24 of Liam Quinn. Quinn actually carries great speed with a little bobble from the 336 to send him backwards. Sends it in deep once again. Brian Bennett thinks about it, but has to back out because the track is blocked up. Finally, it looks like Waring's got the pass done. That puts him into 8th.
Yeah, but he can't. But Liam Quinn cannot calm down because Brian Bennett is right up there on his rear bumper. Looks like Liam really struggling with corner entry right now. He's got the exits down, but the entry's a little rough for him as they go past the left car of Scott Corbin. Then we have Bob Beltrami, Samuel Harris, who are trapped up behind Brian Bennett as well. This is a very tight battle for these.
So now it looks like Waring stretching away, as they're going to come upon the lapped car of Lionel Kalisto. Little Train, unfortunately, compromising the exit of Waring. He gets through fine. Bennett nearly getting into the 24 of Quinn, down into 3. It seems like the 71 of Bennett, Adam, is very strong into the corner.
Bennett is very strong into the corner, and here comes a low dive there from one of the unorthodox cars. This is a 42. They almost make contact, and everyone's able to manage to keep it going as they come out of 2.
I think they did make contact. I think there was a light touch between cars, and thankfully they got the call just in time before they took each other out. As all this is going on, Challoner 2 seconds ahead of Eric Smith and loving this clean air. And Nichols, who we thought maybe could run down Smith, is stuck at about 1.5 seconds back. So really our leaders are spreading apart and getting themselves some time to not have to fight with other cars.
And we saw Blake Reynolds struggle at the beginning of the stint. Matthew Thunderhorse has been struggling since the middle of the stint. Blake Reynolds has actually managed to get by him for that 4th position, and now he's under pressure from Steve Driscoll as well.
So whatever was plaguing Blake Reynolds, I guess he's got it under control now. Let's watch and see. Him having speed is one thing, but it's still bobbling. It is still all sorts of loose. I don't know how he hasn't burned off the rears.
Some people, that's their driving style. I mean, we saw it with NASCAR legends of old. Oh my gosh, you see it there on that camera shot. Him just wobbling off the corner. It's a beautiful thing to see a driver working that hard at such an aggressive track like this. Ooh, pretty high there. Thunderhorse might have an opportunity into 1 and 2.
You said NASCAR legends. I mean, he's got the number 3 on the car, so he's paying some serious tribute here. The 98 of Thunderhorse has been watching this, probably pretty wide-eyed, wondering if that car is going to wreck or what, as it gets loose once again, mid-corner this time, going all around Thunderhorse with a decent run, and I think he's going to be able to get that 4th place back.
He's able to get that 4th place back, and Blake Reynolds just struggling there as he gets loose, exiting the corner again in front of Driscoll. It's going to make everybody around you really nervous when you start doing stuff like that. He's just throwing the car into the corner. He's drifting it through Blake Reynolds.
My goodness, the belt on his steering wheel and his rig is going to need replaced after this one. He is doing some serious sawing. Loses another spot to Driscoll. That moves Steve up to P5 and Blake down into 6th.
Yeah, so now he's got a gap. He can calm those tires down, get them a little bit more in temperature if there's anything left except for core. Oh no!
we have to take the cameras off him eventually, but every single lap, the rear is kicking out. There it is again. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no. Oh, it's not. He saves it again.
I don't know why we keep rewarding this, Joe. This is he's gonna wreck somebody. He's gonna wreck himself at some point. Maybe take out the rest of the field.
He has the same age tires. I don't know what's going wrong. Maybe
Joe,
he changed the pressures.
I'm not sure, but we do have to go somewhere else because the battle for P10 is still hot between Liam Quinn, Samuel Harris, and Bob Beltrami. And my goodness, look at him drift! Oh, but okay, here we are. Here we are with Liam Quinn, Samuel Harris, and Bob Beltrami as Brian Bennett just snaked by Liam Quinn and Samuel Harris. And these guys have been almost 3 wide down the front stretch at a couple points.
Yeah, it's been great racing. Just Reynolds has been still in the show from these 4 as the 24 of Liam Quinn, a little bit farther back than what we saw earlier in the race. He was so much stronger.
Oh, and Blake Reynolds has finally done it.
Reynolds is finally wrecked the car. I think he was not willing to try and take it in for a green flag stop, but if I'm honest, he really needed to.
He's still wrecking, Joe.
God, I would love to see what the percentage is left on those rear tires. There's got to be something like single digits.
I'd be curious to know what happened to that car. I mean, like, what was making it drive that way? Nobody else was struggling that much on tires. He has the same tire wear as everybody else in the field. But I believe he still has his spare car left, so he will probably come in at some point. And
now's the time to take it. Whatever's going wrong with it, get a fresh car. Dear Lord. He fell to 19th from that incident. And we haven't had stops yet. I think they're coming now. Yes, indeed. Another decently long green flag run there. We have passed the halfway point. We didn't announce it since we had so much action going on. Not seeing any of the main drivers on the lead lap staying out.
Yeah, so I believe that's every lead lap driver that's going to be coming into the pits right now. Yes, it will be. So all the lead lap drivers coming into the pits for tires and fuel. And Blake Reynolds does pick up his spare car.
Some confirmation. Back out first, it's Challoner. Smith, no change for second. Thunhorst into third. Nichols fourth. Driscoll fifth. And Waring into P7. Oh, and did Eddie Hawks not pit? No, Eddie Hawks stayed out.
I believe he was the lucky dog.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep, he's coming down in. All right, Eddie Hawks going to hand those positions over. When I called Warren in 7th, I was like, wait a minute, we skipped a number in there. Okay, well, that's going to give us time for a short break here on GSRC. Some incredible racing action, some serious skill we're seeing from these sim drivers. Let's see if we get more in the latter half of this race of the Rockingham 400. Stick around. welcome back to Rockingham Speedway. Another restart here as, let's see, I think we're on caution 18 this time. Christian Challoner has the lead as the pace car gets ready to pull in. Smith to his outside. Eric's been in second place a lot this race. Green flag waves, and unfortunately he might fall to third because Thunhorst down to the inside quickly peels it away from him. Looks like Steve Driscoll with a great start there. In fourth ahead of Nichols, who's under threat. Oh, but second place is not done yet. The 32 back to the inside of the 98, threatening him as they continue to fight side by side. Challoner is loving it because he's pulling away.
Oh, and Blake Reynolds has almost spun it again and manages to save it in the back of the pack. This had nothing to do with his new car. He's fine, but look at this. Matthew Thunhorst getting passed by Steve Driscoll there, Andrew Waring, and that's what looking on board.
Smith hit the wall.
Oh!
And so did Waring.
Waring got clobbered.
No caution. Waring's trying to get it going. So your new leader, well, the Challoner is your leader. Driscoll is in second. Matthew Thunhorst is in P3. Eric Smith falls back to P4. Wade Hayes finds himself in fifth place.
The iRacing gods have not smiled upon Andrew at this point, but wow, that really has gapped the field up.
Okay, I think we can catch our breath. Let's look at the replay. I was literally zipping the camera around trying to catch everything that was happening at once, so I didn't get to see what happened to Waring. Looks like Nichols to his outside, I think.
And this is on the exit of 1 and 2 here. So that's Nichols on the outside. Andrew Waring coming through the corner pretty hot, and he just drifts up a little bit high. Oh, he thought he was clear.
Whoa, that was a big hit. Car almost going over. Everybody doing a great job to avoid him. Climbed the wall. It's not the first time we've seen that tonight. Meanwhile, down in 11th, looks like Blake Reynolds leading a lot of cars. Is he trying to make his way back through, or is he still holding on to it?
He's trying to hold on to it. He almost lost it again, exiting 1 and 2, but he's been able to make his way back up from a 17th starting position up to 11th, and he's now got past Dale Knight and Ryan Steele, who's being challenged by Josh Coley for the 14th position. And yeah, I mean, Josh Coley, Ryan Steele has been struggling all day. Josh Coley looks like he's been doing fairly decently for himself. He's only down 1 position, but Josh Coley, look at that on the high side, just letting some people by.
Up to 13th for that 388 Sector 5 machine. Behind them, of course, you got Jeff Schmeier and David Warner, both fighting for 15th place as well. Right on board with Cully, looking up ahead. I think Warner's actually got a good run. This was the driver we saw earlier take no tires and discover it was a bad decision. So he's now coming back through on even tires, and he is going to get that 15th place away from Schmeier.
Yeah, Schmeier stuck on that high side. That high side just has not been happy for anybody lately. And just up ahead of them, you see the battle between Dana Knight and wow, actually, Blake Reynolds is all the way up to Kevin Hill at this point in going for 10th position.
They're wasting no time. Let's head up, though, to 5th place. Oh, we got to go to 5th because there's an accident happening. Wade Hayes gets turned around. Oh,
he almost saves it. He saves it. He saves it. Not quite. No, Beltrami's into it as well.
There's the caution. This started with a 33 of Wade Hayes getting tipped by, I think that was Bennett. Yeah, Brian Bennett. Bennett once again just so hard into the corner. Everybody else is checking up way before him. Poor Nichols stuck there trying to figure out which way Wade Hayes is going to wind up going. Beltrami getting involved, unfortunately.
And Nichols actually will be able to manage to walk away with it. If we could get on board of his hands, it would be an intense ride.
Let's take a look at it. There's the 71 pushing him around initially. We switch over to Nichols. Also, you see that 3-car flash through. Blake Reynolds, luck of all luck, came upon it with just enough time to get slowed up. This is Nichols' perspective. Yeah, look, he's going low, and then suddenly, oh, the car's going that way. Goes high, car goes that way.
And there goes Blake Reynolds.
We're going to watch Reynolds replay now. Just eases up and then tiptoes on by. So we come back live. A few pit stops from drivers, but not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, we had 14 laps. Well, they have 14 laps on these tires, so about 11 laps on that stint. So fresh tires, not a necessity at this point, but it's definitely going to help your pace. So that is 11th on back are coming into the pits for tires at this point.
All right, a split strategy. Smith is going to be the highest driver on new tires. Driscoll out behind him, Blake Reynolds in there. Still, we have no idea what is going on with the number 3 and why his car has been so darn loose.
I'll be honest, Joe, he's pushing it pretty hard. He's breaking that car loose on throttle on exit. He had a spare car and 4 fresh tires, so I was able to watch him under ideal conditions, and he's just pushing that car beyond the limit at this point.
Love to get to talk to him at some point and try and understand what's going on, because I'm pretty baffled. We're on caution number 19 at this point. Oh, we got another driver from the mid-pack deciding that fresh tires are a good idea. Sam Harris.
Sam Harris is going to drop out of there in that Kinetic racing machine, the Kinetic 42. Going to grab 4 tires and fuel for himself. Try and get back out there into the pack. We are 226 out of 393 laps underway currently. And so close to 2/3 of this race. I'm not going to do the math on that right now.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. I'm trying not to look at the laps too much. It's been a long day out here. I can't imagine what it's like for the drivers out on the track who've got to be getting pretty tired. This race started at, I believe, 30 after the hour, which was 6:30 my time, I want to say.
5:30, I believe, right?
Well, I'm on mountain time here. I think it would have been
6:30 your time, so it's been an hour and a half. Yeah.
Well, no, it's been 2.5 hours then.
Yes.
That they've
yes.
been racing. So not terribly long,
Joe.
but it's a long ways to go. They're probably feeling fatigued. Drivers are getting worn out, not just physically, but mentally too. They are finally double file. Christian just giving a little hello to the pace car. Still have, looks like 31 drivers racing. Morley's called it a day. Kirby is officially out. Travis Warling is still able to get back in this thing, but he's been in the pits for 20 minutes. Roush has DNF'd. So 3 official DNFs from this race. As we wait for the pace car to come in, Christian Challoner gets on the throttle. Green flag is out. Decent start. Oh, a horrible start, though, on the inside. That was Brian Bennett spinning the tires, falling back multiple positions.
And now they're all bottled up on that high side, Joe.
All right, so where's our drivers on fresh tires? Eric Smith is in 9th right now. He's trying to pick his way through. Is this rubber going to make a difference? Coming down the front stretch, he's gotten to the underside of the 13 of David Warner, making him look like he's standing still. So is Blake Reynolds, another one who took tires. Oh, but Reynolds still dealing with that loose car. Oh, keeps it together.
And Matthew Thunhorse is going for Liam Quinn for second position. He's able to get by him through 3 and 4 due to a late dive down to the apex there from Matthew Thunhorse, putting Liam on the high side.
So change for P2. And it looks like Smith still sitting in 8th place. He's sizing up Ryan Steele in front of him. Oh, we got a slow car up here. That's Daniel Knight. Daniel Knight being overtaken by Brian Bennett, and it looks like he's going to lose another one. Kevin Hill managing to take that 52 underneath him.
The 52 sneaks underneath there, and Daniel Knight unable to hold on to that car. It's getting extremely loose for him and his damage. He might have the same issue that Blake Reynolds had, but here is Ryan Steele looking very aggressive for the first time this race, trying to go underneath. But here comes Blake Reynolds on that high side, getting in behind Daniel Knight.
A loose car or not, he's not going to let these drivers slow him down, but he does have to check up because there's just nowhere to go. The 32 on the low side. Smith managing to get up into P7 now. Looks like he's going to have a friend following him through. Steve Driscoll sneaks on by the number 3 as well as the 94.
Yeah, Blake Reynolds just got way held up by Daniel Knight on that high side. That high side, not the place you want to be right now. Blake Reynolds, though, oh boy, he manages to save it as he cracks it loose coming off the 2. These guys are all out right.
Next up is going to be Steele for Smith. The 12 actually is already to his high side. And it looks like fresh rubber was indeed the order of the day. Smith has been scything through people pretty quickly.
In the background, you can see Matt Santel just going high on the exit at 2. He's been struggling a lot lately as well, going backwards since his starting position since this restart. But look at that, Eric Smith gaining a lot of positions up to P6 on those fresh tires.
He's 4.5 seconds behind Christian Challoner right now. Next on his list is going to be Kevin Hill in the number 52, who's actually about a half a second ahead. Oh, and never mind. Next on his list is going to be Steve Driscoll. Driscoll's got a much faster car as he manages to get by both Reynolds and Smith.
Blake Reynolds just following Driscoll through. Smith falling back a couple of positions. These cars just seem to swap speed like that so quickly. If someone can get a run, or if you make a mistake, any mistake whatsoever off on the corner, you're just going to lose a ton of time.
Unpredictable is the word that comes to mind. It's certainly looked like it's been tough, not just to drive them, but to set the cars up and figure out what they're doing. Temperature's still hovering at around 87 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's stabilized a fair bit. Even though we're getting somewhat late in the day, it's now 6 p.m. virtual standard time. Sun's getting pretty low in the sky, and I think Driscoll is going to be able to overtake Hill. So Driscoll now up into the top 5.
Blake Reynolds trying the same thing underneath Kevin Hill and is able to do so. So Blake Reynolds following Driscoll through. This dog bear driver just being cannibalistic here. Here comes Eric Smith underneath Hill as well.
So whatever happened to Smith, he's trying to get a hold of the car now and has at least got it back to 7th, but not nearly as strong as what he was at the beginning. Wonder if he took the good out of the rubber in those first few laps, trying to drive it hard to the front.
And over the last couple of laps,
for third.
Yeah, over the last couple of laps, Liam Quinn has caught up to Brian Bennett. And catching him's the easy part. Passing him's a little bit harder. He's going to have to get a good exit off of one of these corners and put his nose down to that inside. But look at the speed he's trying to carry through the center of the corner. He kind of diamonds it a little bit, but Quinn able to get a better exit.
And all this fighting between them is good news for Driscoll. He's about a second back. If they start to go side by side, he'll be on them in a hurry, and maybe he could get himself on the podium, almost scraping the wall of the 71.
That's about as close as you want to get to it. Brian Bennett here looks like he's going to be a little bit more conservative here on trying to get a better exit, but it's not going to work out for him. He almost gets the wall again on the exit of 2.
Oh my goodness, is Driscoll gaining. He is way faster than these cars. It's down to 0.6 of a second. He doesn't need them to fight. He's just going to run straight through as soon as he gets to the back of these 2. Wow.
Look at Brian Bennett. He's trying to work the back of Liam Quinn. He actually got a decent exit that time, but still not enough speed to get to the low side through 3 and 4. He's going to try and make the dive anyway. Liam Quinn's going to leave the door open, so this allows Brian Bennett to try and get down there, but he can't hold it down there, so he's going to drift up high, and here comes Steve Driscoll.
Knock on the door, and there is the number 51. He sends it into 1 and 2. Doesn't try anything quite yet, trying to set them up. But a very fast number 3, albeit loose, has got a huge head of steam. He's going to get to the inside of Driscoll when he's distracted, and instead it's going to be Reynolds who moves up into 5th. Let's see if he can do it instead.
Smart call from Steve Driscoll to just back out of that one, let Blake Reynolds through. There's no point in challenging him and getting slowed up. Just let Blake Reynolds get up there and try and defeat these two together. And maybe you could do a similar thing, but here comes Eric Smith as well in the 32 behind Driscoll to try and make the move. But now we got Brian Bennett making the move on Liam Quinn down the low side of 3 and 4.
There goes the freight train. As soon as he's up on the high side, Quinn can't stop it. There goes the 3 of Reynolds, the 51 of Driscoll, already going to be able to be by the turn 1 entry. And then it looks like Smith is going to seal the deal. He tries to, but he washes up.
But look at this. This is Blake Reynolds right behind Brian Bennett here. This is for the 3rd position. This is Blake Reynolds and Steve Driscoll on those fresh tires, trying to make it through this pack. And look at this, Blake Reynolds down to the low side. Brian Bennett's going to try and chop him off, but can't get there in time. He's going to have to concede the position to Blake Reynolds on that low side. And now Steve Driscoll's got a decent head of steam, but has to whoa up Brian Bennett slow up the corner.
Well, I think the 3 has got the car working now. It still looks a little loose, but it is much quicker than before. So he's solidified things. I think Driscoll's going to get one on Bennett. The 71 gives it up and lets Driscoll into 4th. Reynolds next up. Well, he's got 4.5 seconds to make up the Thun Horse. This is going to take a lot of chopping away to get up to the top 2. In fact, it's a 1.5 seconds between Challoner and Thunhorst up at the front of the field.
Yeah, and
They
Liam
have
Quinn
made good use of all this fighting. Sorry, go ahead.
Liam Quinn, through all of that battling, dropped. Oh, we have a wreck! Jimbo Pfeiffer around again, and now he's wrecked out Eric Smith!
Oh, after Smith's great pace. Pfeiffer was doing what we've seen a lot of times on these lapped cars, trying to hold high, and he just understeered right into the barrier.
Yeah, so we're gonna see it here. Here comes the replay. We're gonna watch Jimbo Pfeiffer here. He's trying to be nice. Jimbo Pfeiffer, he's trying to be nice here and stay to the high side as we fast forward a little bit to get there. Jimbo Pfeiffer goes to the high side like you're supposed to do as a lap car, but it just doesn't work out for him.
Love the onboard of the 388 of Cully. You're going to see him just weave his way through. Let's see if we can find that.
Yeah, so here's Pfeiffer, and he just goes up to that high side. Bob's your uncle. He gets into Eric Smith, who gets spun around there. And, man, I mean, I feel bad for Smith. He was doing nothing, but fortunately, it doesn't look like he has too much damage on that 32.
I'm going to watch it one more time here. Oh, he was so close to getting away from it. He was trying to pull out of it. He saw it happening. Meanwhile, pit stops are happening, and Bob Beltrami seems to be our lucky dog because I see him momentarily up to first. But Steve Driscoll with a 2-tire stop. Same thing with Brian Bennett. They are going to be our leaders. Challoner takes 4. He falls back to 3rd.
Well, this is going to be interesting, Joe. Challoner took 4 tires. And he's gonna. This is gonna be very fascinating because that was a decently long run. Challoner might have better pace here, but we saw that those 2 tires worked out decently well during the last stint for Eric Smith when he took them. So things are gonna get fascinating here.
Yeah, and if we're honest, I'd say that Challoner has been the fastest in the field for almost the whole night. As soon as he's gotten to the lead, nobody seems able to catch him. So I have a feeling that he should be able to make relatively short work of those two, depending. It was a decently long run, so the left side tires are probably fairly worn out.
Yeah, those left side tires probably are worn out, but yes, you're so lent over to the right side throughout these corners. I mean, the left front tire is just going to help you with the steering on the corner exit and down the straights, but those right tires are really the ones that take the beating here. So unless the left inside camber is worn out more than you expect, I think that these guys on 2 tires are gonna be okay for probably 10 to 15 laps.
Let's take a reminder during this caution that we have a charity for this race, as we do every race in the majors. It is the Challenged Athletes Foundation. They can be found at challengedathletes.org. We've got a link in the description below if you don't want to try and type that in. Please, if you can, try and donate and help out a very worthy cause. They do a lot to try and make sure those that do have physical challenges are able to stay active, no matter what or where they come from. As we go double file once again. So let me double check. 3 hours and 50 minutes is our time limit on this race. We're at 2.5 hours right now.
We're still on track to make it, I believe, Joe.
Okay. Because I know we ran out in the European region. I ended up going to a timed race. We have been getting some decent runs now. Before it was a lot of caution after caution, but the drivers have managed to get a handle on things. Let's see what this restart is like. Driscoll at the front this time. Green flag is out. Oh, Brian Bennett absolutely botched that one. He is falling backwards. And there goes Christian Challenger. One less car for him to overtake to get back.
Oh, we have a wreck at the back of the field.
Josh Cully.
Yeah, Josh Cully. Jeff Schmeier got a little bit of it.
Cully was the one that went around. I think this started with Nichols tipping Cully.
Well, this was due to a checkup.
Okay. I was going to say, this is the first time we've seen it on the entry into one. It's usually been out of two, these early cautions happen.
Yeah, watch the yellow car of Matthew Thunhorst ahead of Josh Cully here. He's going to dive down to the low side and put on the brakes a little bit due to the slow, low line, and that's what's actually going to get Josh Cully slowing up. That's what caused the 41 to get into him.
Boy, that could have been a lot worse because everybody's so tightly packed together. But cool heads prevailed. Where Josh finds himself at the very back of the field and with some decent damage on the rear of the car. So very quick caution after that one. I think we're going to get time to duck away for just a second. We'll come back with more action here on the Global Sim Racing channel. You're watching round 3 in the majors. It's the Rockingham 400 held at Rockingham Speedway. Don't go away. Welcome back to Rockingham. With the clouds still overhead, cooling the track, we are hoping to finish soon here as the Majors Rockingham 400 has been plagued with a few cautions today. But Steve Driscoll is your leader with a very hot competition with Christian Challoner. They didn't even get to turn one, but Christian still managed to sneak a spot in. And let's see if he can get one more because that'll put him up to the lead. Driscoll, though, has been strong late in the race. Pace car is in. Green flag is out as Driscoll is off, and a very strong start from the 37. He's up to the high side, but he's going to have to swing down in line behind him. Still second place, third place up for grabs. The 71 with the 3, and the
Oh,
three is loose,
no!
and this is it for Blake Reynolds, maybe. He spins in front of the whole pack. Is everybody going to be able to avoid him? Oh, and there's some wrecks behind him. He manages to get away with it with light damage, but it looks like Rob Gall got involved
Vincent
with
Laherbier.
Vincent Laherbier. Ah.
Yeah. This is a tough one.
Some people hog all the luck. I cannot believe that Blake Reynolds spun in front of the entire pack and just had the lightest of knocks.
Yeah, this one, once again, just Blake getting a little bit too high into the corner. He had tried to power it off to try and make sure that he could get the rotation off the corner, but flipped the wall. Bob's your uncle, and he's around again.
This is Rob Gall's perspective. What turned him here? Oh, he hit the car in front, and yeah, it just bounced back. That might have actually been Laherbier that he hit there.
He goes down to the low side. Yes, it was Laherbier who was slowing up to try and... Oh, man, Laherbier. That is rough for him.
Wrong place, wrong time. Reynolds is back in to get repairs. I know he's probably thinking a championship, but my goodness, that car's a handful. It's not the first time he's self-spun. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like Reynolds maybe should think about parking it.
I would, if I was his team principal, I'd be not super happy with him at this moment, to be honest. Because, like you said, that's two cautions he's brought out, and he's already wrecked the car once. And it's one of those things where it's like, dude, just give me about 5% less, and you'll still be in the top 5 and get a good points day, but you won't wreck the car.
Well, it's not just 2 times. Remember, he had incidents before that, though I think some weren't his fault, admittedly. But he's been involved in multiple incidents today.
But I gotta eat my words at the same time, because how do you ask a racing driver to not go all out? It's one of the biggest questions that we face in modern racing today, in real life and in the sim. And it's one of the biggest hurdles that a modern racing driver has to leap. And they don't usually have to leap that hurdle in NASCAR or in the Major Series. And so I can't blame Blake for going all out.
Still waiting for the lights to go out. So how does this change our order? Driscoll still the leader, Challoner second, Bennett third, Thunhorse now in fourth, Wade Hayes in P5, Johnny Nichols, kind of the dark horse out here. From 32nd, by the way, on the grid for that number 41 machine, and now up to 6th. He's been the highest the podium so far in this race, but continuing to just hover here around the good positions. And when his car is on, he just picks them off at ease. So again, I'm keeping my eye on that green and white machine.
Yeah, and even with that rear end damage, I think he's going to be very strong here. And he's just been Mr. Consistency all day, just trying to keep his nose clean. But I mean, with the exception of Matthew Thunhorse and Wade Hayes, all the rest of the drivers up here clawed their way up here from positions that were further back. So very impressive drives from these guys up at front.
Well, what about those who are up at the front of the points as we go double file here? Warling having a really bad day. Amazingly, Warling is back out. Wow, he got it repaired for a second time. He's on engine number 3. So Warling is still running, but he's in 32nd place. Challoner is currently in 2nd. Wade Hayes is in P5. Driscoll's leading the race, and Thunhorst is in 4th. So other than our championship leader, the championship hunters are actually doing fairly well currently. So, as we come out of turn 4 once again, been a couple very quick cautions lately from the drivers. Let's hope we get a little bit longer. Let's get ourselves a green flag run, fellas. Steve Driscoll leading on the green flag waving. And another good start here from Christian Challoner, and another bad start from Brian Bennett. Down on the low side, just struggling to get the car going. The 98 is going to be able to go around his outside and get onto the podium positions.
Yeah, and while they're all strung out in the front of the pack, from the 11th on back, they're still side by side through these corners. And that front pack is realizing what's happening, and they're like, I think we're done with cautions for today. We're just going to ride for a couple laps, get our tires under us here.
Yeah, they got single file very quick up there. We got a spinning car. The 13 is up into the wall, and he's going to get hit by the 17. Looks like we also had James Stacy involved, as well as Jeff Schmeier. I think this started with Schmeier in the 13. Yes, it did.
Yeah, no, Jeff Schmeier actually got into the back of David Warner in the 13, entering turn 1. I believe that Jeff just didn't realize that they were going to be going that slow through the corner, and man, did the 13 get T-boned there.
Yeah, that was Wayne Hutchison that got him there in the 17. Blows his engine. He was a little bit blind coming up to it, admittedly. That was, he had the number 68, no, it was the number 19 of Nick Kuhn in front of him, kind of blocking his perspective of the incident. And then as soon as Kuhn got by, that opened up the window, and by that point, there was just no avoiding it. Not sure if drivers are getting antsy or what, because we did so good. We had a bunch of periods where, we went 20, sometimes 30 laps of green, and now we can't get over with one lap before we get a yellow back out. And we're not even into the stages where it's go time in this race. If this is how it's going, I wouldn't be surprised if we lost a few more drivers and we had some more DNFs to add to our list.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this has to do with the mental wear on these drivers at this point. We are 2 hours and almost 45 minutes into this race. This track is rough on you, and these cautions are rough on your focus and on your mental fortitude. You can get frustrated, you can get antsy. I mean, like, what do these race drivers come out to do? They come out to race, and they haven't been able to do a lot of that today. So every time they get to the green flag, they're hungry for passes, they're hungry for battles. But right now, we're just seeing a little bit of, just a kind of, that last wreck just looked like a little bit of lack of focus.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with all that's going on. And speaking of a lack of focus, I think the lack of front-facing focus, I guess you could say, for Blake Reynolds has finally taken its toll. He has fully retired. He's now even out of the session. I noticed he had been staying in pit lane, and I just saw him exit out. So Blake Reynolds is now officially done. It is a DNF today for him. Which means this will be a 0 on his score because he did not finish enough laps to be counted. Boy, it has really gotten cloudy lately, I've noticed.
Yeah, it's very cloudy, and the track temperature is way down because we haven't had any green flag running. We're down to 83 degrees track temperature. That's 28 degrees Celsius here, and that could be a contributing factor as to why some of these wrecks are happening. The cold tires with this new tire model could be affecting that. And so it's very fascinating to see how this race, its weather has looked drastically different than the other regions as far as our cloud cover today. Wow, 76 degrees air temp. That's cold.
Yeah. At least for North Carolina, especially in the middle of May, as we've got a couple cars coming down pit lane as the drivers double up behind the pace car. Still have what looks to be 26 drivers left on the lead lap. Herbier is still hanging on there as the 26 car. So with Reynolds, our latest DNF, that is number 4, possibly. Wayne Hutchison, I think, might be number 5 even, as the 17's been sitting in his stall trying to get that car repaired, and I don't know if he's already used his spare car or not. We restart on lap 269. And Steve Driscoll leads the way. As the pace car gets ready to pull in. Driscoll and Challoner have been on that front row for quite a while now. Green flag is out. Challenger's getting better and better at timing those starts too. Look at this. Continuing to make things a little bit sketchy for Driscoll up at the front. Third place is settled into Thunhorst. Fourth is a battle between Bennett and Nichols. I think Nichols is going to get that one away as he's got the inside. Maybe not, because the 71 comes in deep on the high side of 3.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to hold on that high side. It's just too slick up there, so that makes Nichols come ahead. But Brian Bennett's now being challenged by Wade Hayes at that low side. He's going to be able to hold on to it, but now it's Samuel Harris and Liam Quinn who are side by side. And then we have Andrew Waring trying to follow him through. And then we had Eric Smith pass Daniel Knight right behind him. And wow, that was really close between Johnny Nichols and Brian Bennett.
It is just a gaggle of kinetic cars here up at the front once again, but Waring is making short work of them. He's already passed 2. He has managed to get up into 7th place. Next on his list is going to be Wade Hayes. As they come down the back stretch, wonder if he can get to Brian Bennett. Because Bennett, as we've seen, just continues to be able to go deep into the corner. A little bit of a slide off the turn from Waring, but he still gets a good shot despite that. And he is going to sneak through down to the inside of the 33. So Waring now up to 6th.
Wade Hayes stuck on that high side. Here's Samuel Harris, who's thinking about diving low as well. But Wade, he's going to give Wade the benefit of the doubt here. But Brian Bennett has been challenging Johnny Nichols quite a bit. But Brian Bennett loose off of 4. But while we've been watching these guys, those top 3 have disappeared to the matter of almost 2 seconds. Steve Driscoll, Christian Challoner, and Matthew Thunhorst.
The top 3 have just skittered away. Nichols is the next one down, and he's had no response. So we ride on board with him, looking back at the Sector 5 machine of Brian Bennett. Now we've hopped back up to our leaders. Down through 1 and 2 yet again. They continue to extend that gap. I think Waring might have something for him based on what he's doing, because he's already on the back of Brian Bennett.
Yeah, as we watch those front 3 go, yeah, Andrew Waring definitely putting a pressure on Bennett. This is the best we've seen Waring pretty much all day. He has quite a decent pace, and Samuel Harris in the background working on Wade Hayes as well. So we're seeing a lot of good battles here in this front pack.
Sizing him up down the back stretch. Still the 71 is going to be able to retain this 5th position. Maybe he's just waiting for a good opportunity behind them. We are going to see a change of position between Harris and Hayes. Harris sneaks to the inside. He lets his teammate through. They're trying to play nice back there, not wanting to cause a caution with drivers of the same livery.
No, that's the last thing you want to do after a frustrating day like this, is to get into your teammate. So I would expect that we would see, and Andrew Waring's actually going to try something on Brian Bennett here. You can see in the foreground.
Yet again, gets a good launch off the corner. This time, though, because of the deep entry for Brian Bennett, looks like Andrew's finding a harder time on taking that position away. This will be a tougher nut to crack. Bennett isn't even necessarily thinking defense here. He's still looking forward to Johnny Nichols and could potentially get 4th place away.
Yeah, this 3-car battle is about to become a 4-car battle, because Samuel Harris is closing up as well, and close behind him is Wade Hayes, Liam Quinn, and Eric Smith as well. So this could become a really big battle if these guys keep battling like this.
Dropping off a little bit now from Johnny Nichols. Bennett struggled a tiny little bit. Oh, and he struggles once again as he goes very wide. But look at this. Here's the 42 of Harris. He has caught them. It's now a 4-way fight.
Yeah, it's a 4-way fight. I think Andrew Waring has got to figure out something. He's got to go now. He's going to take a look down to the bottom side. Brian Bennett, is he going to try and dive it in late? Yes, he is. He's going to be able to make it work, but man, he gets really tight there, and that allows Andrew Waring to get to the low side. Brian Bennett very loose on the high side. He just about hangs on to it, but here comes Samuel Harris to go by.
2 positions lost in 2 corners. And Bennett, just like that, finds that diamonding it off. Unfortunately, leaves some rough edges on his driving. So the 71 moves back to 7th place. Next on the list for Warren is going to be Nichols. Can he do what Bennett couldn't?
Oh yeah, definitely. Here comes Nichols on that high side, unable to get a good run off the corner. Here comes Waring on that low side. Look at the pace he has down there. The tires for Nichols have started to wear off. That damage starting to come through. Andrew Waring up to P4, and now he's got a 4.5-second gap up to those lead 3.
1 lap behind the 41 is all it took. That is the sort of advantage that we've seen from Andrew Waring. Remember, he started this race in 3rd, so he should be one of those drivers that you consider needing to be up here at the top based on the speed we saw in qualifying. Ooh. Oh, and I think Nichols is going to lose another spot.
Yeah, this is 42 of Samuel Harris underneath him. Nichols starting to go backwards here. He has a lap traffic to try and contend with here as Nichols loses another spot, and Brian Bennett's going to try and do the same thing if he can get the chance coming off the corner.
Coming back into things, I spy Eric Smith. Although, is he losing a spot to Liam Quinn? Quinn thought about it. Smith is going to give him space as he drifts on the high side. The 24 doesn't have the job done yet, but he does have a nose in. Now he backs out of it as they come back into 1.
Yeah, Eric Smith got held up by the lap car of Vincent Leherbier, who was involved in that last wreck. And so he got held up a lot. He was actually right up to the back of Wade Hayes before that happened. But Eric Smith now 0.5 off of Wade Hayes, who is caught up behind Brian Bennett and Johnny Nichols. And here goes Hayes.
Yeah, I was just going to say the 33 got a nose in on Bennett, but Bennett, once again, his best defense has been the corner entry. He's going to hold him back and retain that 7th place.
Wow, we just had a crazy move go on from Josh Cully in the 17th position. He just slipped right behind a 3-wide move on the front stretch just at the beginning of this lap.
Let's take a look at that one. He managed to catch up to McGreevy and Schmeier, saw them battling, got to the inside. Brave stuff with the way this race has been going, but he pulled it off, and not only cleanly, but smoothly.
That was a great move from him. And even with the amount of damage he has on that front end, still making forward progress.
Bad news for Waring fans. He is not gaining on our top 3. He is about 5 seconds back now. So he's fast, but not top 3 fast. Let's check in on that top 3, because it seems like a bit of a truce has erupted here. Well, a bit of an oxymoron, a truce erupting. Driscoll, Challoner, and Thunhorst have just been holding position. They've been running here. Nobody's really been attacking or pushing hard on one another. Just extending the gap, wanting to get the laps in. They know they've got more than 100 left to go still, so a lot of racing on the board.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Joe, that Steve Driscoll is out on 2 tires. He took right sides that last lap, so he's got 39 laps on those right sides and somewhere around 50 to 60 laps on those left side tires. So Challoner's probably just waiting for Driscoll's tires to wear off on their own so that he can make the pass easily. And Thunhorst has just been hanging out behind these two, just sticking right back of them.
Let's head back to Nichols, because I think he's going to drop another spot here. The 33 is hot on his heels. So is the 32. In fact, forget the heels. He's beside him. Look at Wade Hayes challenging down into 3 and 4. Not giving it up easily. Johnny's going to make him work for it. But now he's fully beyond him. And here comes Eric Smith. Going to see if he can get his nose in down into 1 as the 41 takes it in deep.
That was a great move from the 41 to try and maintain that position. He's forcing Eric... Ooh, a little bit of contact between those two as he was forcing Eric Smith to stay low on the exit of the corner. A good move from Johnny Nichols, but here comes Liam Quinn to fill that gap as well.
Liam Quinn back in the game, and he's into 9th with that move. I actually think this is going to drop Nichols out of the top 10. Nope, looks like he's managed to stop Kevin Hill from getting by, at least for now.
Kevin Hill has some pretty decent pace himself, but he looks like he's having a little bit of trouble with the bumps right on that yellow line on the bottom side, but that's where his car likes to run. So Kevin Hill not able to make as much progress as he would like through these corners, but Johnny Nichols seems to be struggling on the exits on trying to get speed into that car. Might be some of his damage that's weighing down.
I know you don't want to hear how much is left, but the good news is we are 3/4 of the way through because we only have 100 to go.
You're going to see Kevin Hill dive to the bottom side of Jimbo Pfeiffer, the lap car. And wow, he got really close to the back of Johnny Nichols there. Johnny with a good exit off of 2 that time. But Kevin Hill, yeah, they're starting to navigate this lap traffic now.
Track has not changed in temperature since we last looked. It's still about 87 degrees Fahrenheit. With this green flag run, though, the leaders are having to come up on slower cars and pick their way through. So far, they've been behaving well. Rob Gall's going to be the next one there. He's in front in the 31. He gets up to the high side like they've been instructed.
And Rob Gall doing a good job to maintain his speed off of there, but he slows up Christian Challoner just a little bit. And Matthew Thunhorst, I mean, I just love the give and take that you get with good oval drivers and how they are able to work together with good oval drivers and doing passing for lap cars. It's a beautiful symphony.
Really is great stuff. We are having a battle here with Smith and Hayes now for 7th place as they come up on Nick Kuhn. Lap traffic now hitting the mid-pack as well. That could offer some opportunities for some of these drivers. Smith still on a fight back forwards after some issues a little bit earlier.
Good run.
All the back. Yeah, could he get it down into turn 1? He's got a nose in. He's fully beside him. 33 lets him go.
Wow, great move there.
Just gonna double check to see how many cars we have left. And it's a little tough to tell because Pfeiffer and Warling still running is kind of switching up my timing and scoring. I believe.
I think it's about 30 cars, Joe.
Yeah, you're right. 30 of them still on track. Couple in pit lane taking repairs. We've had 15 minutes for Wayne Hutchison, so we don't know if he's going to return.
This is just ahead of the leaders that we're taking a look at here. This is between Johnny Nichols, Kevin Hill, and Brian Barnes. They're all fighting it out with Daniel Knight and Bob Beltrami and David Warner not far behind him. And here comes Kevin Hill looking to the bottom of Johnny Nichols. This is for 10th. Johnny Nichols has fallen off quite a bit since the beginning of this run, Joe.
Yeah, that car does not look good on the long haul. Here on lap 300 with the number 4 also looking for something. They're really checking up here. Still deep into the corner. Nichols is trying to deny him as best he can. And he's doing a fantastic job of it.
Nichols might be trying to wear in that high side, Joe. I mean, like, we heard Jeff talking about it towards the beginning of this race, how that high side, he was worried that wasn't going to wear in at all during this race, and he might be trying to get something going up there. And he's been able to make a couple of staunch defenses on that high side. Oh, that's really close there between Johnny Nichols and Kevin Hill into the corner.
Still, they get out the other side. Brian Barnes instead now finds Daniel Knight looking to the inside. And that number 94 is managing to sneak through. So move Daniel Knight up into 12th position. Here comes the salami too. Bob Beltrami managing to get below the Popsicle Man. And he is going to get himself into 13th with that.
Yep, and then we got David Warner trying to do the same thing, but Brian Barnes, a great exit off the corner. He could have swapped him up if he wanted to, but David Warner's going to think about going low. But Brian Barnes is just going to leave the door open for him, so that allows David Warner to get down the low side, but David Warner gets held up, and here comes Josh Coley. Josh Coley looking in on these guys as well as Brian.
Yeah, that 4 is not looking good. He got freight trained. Still Warner's trying on him.
Just chaos ahead of them with lap traffic and other cars going on. Things are side by side between Johnny Nichols and Kevin Hill. Daniel, yes.
Yeah, you're right. And Daniel Knight also getting into it. He's gotten underneath the 41. Is he able to make the pass, though? That outside line still not working for pretty much anybody out there. If you get shuffled to the outside, say goodnight. And Beltrami's going to try and get his nose in. Finally, it looks like Knight solidified the position. The 14 below the 41. And give P12 to the number 14.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nichols is just the bottle in this sandwich right now with all of these guys going. And look at this, David Warner in the background got a great run on Brian Barnes on the exit of 4 there. He's going to be able to sneak down to that inside. Brian Barnes trying to hang on to that low side, just a little bit unable to do so. But now David Warner, he's got some serious speed. He's got the cleanest car among this pack, and he's going to get to the bottom of Nichols as he goes by. And while we're watching this, Kevin Hill and Liam Quinn are battling for that 9th position. Kevin gets by.
And we've got some battles up front. Brian Bennett and Andrew Waring swapping positions as they try to duke it out with Samuel Harris. This is all for 4th place. So Bennett now up to P5. Waring shuffled back to 6. He was looking strong before. Did he take all the good out of the tires? We have been on a long run for these tires. We are on lap 58 for our leaders since their last pit stop. Are we finally, for the first time in this whole race, going to see green flag stops?
Yeah, this is a 38-lap green flag run. Lap 59 for the leaders' tires. We are getting close to breaking point for these guys. Here comes Brian Bennett, a great exit off the corner. Andrew Waring to that low, looks like Samuel Harris is backed out of it there. Andrew Waring might have an opportunity here too.
Oh, and there's the caution. Where is it? I'm not even seeing. I can't even figure out what this caution was called for.
I'm having trouble finding it as well.
I literally see no cars stopped. Maybe someone got turned sideways. Trying to look through the track to see if anybody is out of shape about the time they called it. Man, I am baffled on this one. We have a water bottle on track, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look and see how this happened, and I'm coming up empty.
Well, Driscoll has caught the pace car, and he's already taken them down into pit lane, and mercifully, they're going to be able to get fresh rubber. Boy, a lot of cars went a lap down that run just for how long it was under green. I think it was 18 cars left on the lead lap, and it is now James Stacy is going to get the lucky dog. So everybody looking now for their pit stalls. Gonna get any 2-tire calls this time?
Oh,
So a
no,
few
Joe,
drivers.
it's a long run.
Well, it worked for Driscoll. Worked very well for Driscoll, I have to say. And actually, Driscoll, no, he took full. He took 4 tires, and he barely eked out Challoner. Just at the line. Challoner comes back in 2nd, Thunhorst in 3rd. So that's exactly as they were before
Everybody
the
with full
stops.
service, Joe.
Yep, you're right. That's going to take us to another quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Less than 100 laps to go here at Rockingham Speedway. We're getting a yellow glow with the sun setting, with the clouds covering most of the sky. Hopefully we'll get it in before darkness, because we have very little left to go here in the Rockingham 400. So don't go away. Welcome back to the Rockingham 400 here, round 3 of the majors. We're getting ready to come back green. It was Nick Kuhn hitting Travis Warling after he smacked the wall that caused that last caution. Took a lot of research to dig that one up. Green flag is out, and up at the front, not as good of a start as we've seen in past restarts from the number 37. So he's immediately going to get in behind the 24 of Driscoll, 51 of Driscoll rather. A little bit of side-by-side action farther down. Bennett going single file with Harris behind him. Eric Smith still very much on a charge with another charging driver, Andrew Waring. They're going to go side by side.
Andrew Waring stuck on that high side. He's got Eric Smith below him, but Eric Smith can't get the job done right now. Waring being very strong on that high side, but he takes it a little bit lightly through to, as you are wont to do. Gets a little loose, and he's not going to lose it. Yes, he is, and we have a wreck behind him as well. That is, a major wreck behind him.
That is Brian McGreevy on his lid, looking more like he's breakdancing. So that second one started with Brian Barnes actually getting loose, and then McGreevy hit him and swung up into traffic. And I'm pretty sure Waring had at least a little contact with somebody. He did hit the 33. There's Brian Barnes' incident.
Yeah, Waring just got a little loose off of the corner on that high side, and that's what ended up causing the front wreck. But what happened behind them was this that you're seeing on screen. Brian McGreevy trying to get through, but then, just a horrible run.
Oh, get out the barf bags. I hope he didn't have a rift on for that one.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Hopefully, we'll be able to get some more green flag running in. We are starting to get into the closing stages. I see a couple drivers coming in. It's like Lionel Callisto. Oh, Lionel Callisto. I don't think we reported on this. He's back on the lead lap.
I mean, after the amount of cautions we've had, if you're running anywhere near speed, you probably had an opportunity for a lucky dog at this stage. I mean, we are at caution 25 at this point, so we've had the potential for 25 lucky dogs. So, little train with quite a raised nose on that machine, still running strong on the lead lap now in 17.
All right. Oh, and did we lose Kevin Hill?
I'm seeing him
Kevin
gone on
Hill's
my screen as well,
out.
Joe.
Him disappearing just made. Oh, and he's back. Okay, bad internet connection. I was just gonna say we haven't talked about it all yet tonight, but now I'm starting to wonder: has anybody gotten close to that incident limit? 50 of them, and you're gone.
I hope not, Joe.
I
Has
hope not
lot
too.
of incidents
But,
on an oval.
there have been some guys that have been going and going and going. So I wouldn't put it past them. Looks like we can call Wayne Hutchison out of this race. It's been about 27 minutes. He's 53 laps behind. He said it was 98 that you are officially not able to be scored. I think.
Somewhere around there, yes. So he's still got about 20 minutes left that he could pull this out in, and we are projected to still have about 30 minutes of racing left. So he's still got a little bit of time to try and get out there and get his points day in.
I see 37 minutes left on the clock, I believe. I'll have to double check to make sure that that's accurate. And Driscoll still your leader for those curious. Challenger second, Thunhorst in third, Bennett in fourth as we go double file again. I think we've got, let's see, Warling's actually out there still running despite him taking another knock. He's still, well, he's 82 laps down. Travis is oh so close to running out of being unscored. So he's got to stay with it here. A few more laps down and he will be beyond hope, unfortunately. So we come into turns 3 and 4, riding on the pace car looking over that light bar, rather. It's not New Year's. Must be getting late. I'm getting loopy over here. Coming up to that green flag once more. Pace car is in. Restarted on lap 320 as we get the green flag here at Rockingham. Looks like Christian Challenger finding his feet on those restarts yet again. Now that the pack has caught up to them, will the top three skitter away once more? Oh, big run from the 37. I think Christian Challenger thinks it's go time. He had a look at the lead, but couldn't quite get it.
Oh, man, he had his nose chopped pretty severely by Steve Driscoll, who is defending his position well in his rights to do so, but that has really bottled up everything behind him as everyone's trying to figure out what lines they're going to run. And there we have Eric Smith to the outside of Wade Hayes right there.
Oh, but Hayes washes out, and that causes everyone to scatter. Look at the 24 of Liam Quinn, evasive action, and it keeps him in the race, but we still get a caution. Oh, it's a big one with Eddie Hawks, Scott Corbin in there, Vincent Leherbier, and Travis Worley.
Vincent Leherbier again.
And looks like Leherbier is even putting his hands up. He got on the radio saying that one's my fault.
Yeah, and this one, Joe, it's, we talked about it probably about 10 times this race. It's just being on that high side through 1 and 2. You get up there in the gray, in the thick of it, and at that point, there's nowhere to go. You just hit the outside wall. Bob's your uncle, and wabamo.
I have an Uncle Dave. I don't think I have an Uncle Bob, though.
I have an Uncle Fred, so I guess I could go with that.
Boy, there you can see all the incidents. Ooh, is that Worling? Worling involved in another one.
And he was involved in the last one too, Joe. Oh, he's trying to dodge it. He's just spitting cars everywhere.
I get the feeling that Travis is still out there because he's talked about, well, I want to win the championship. I'm going to do everything I can to win the championship. He's holding on to hope here that he can score some points. And if those points manage to get him whatever he needs, if it comes down to it, he's got to stay out there. The car's still running. I don't know how. Looks like we lost another one. Eddie Hawks is our latest DNF. Leherbier is taking a long time to get repairs. He might be another one in there. Lap 323 at this point. Now they are really starting to drop. I'm kind of amazed how many drivers we've actually had keep going this far into the race with the number of cautions there have been. And they've not been small wrecks, Adam. We've had some real doozies. Some of the drivers involved in multiple of those big incidents and somehow still out there.
Yeah, it shows the resilience of this last little fledgling race of this build of the K&N car. Once we get the new damage model in, it'll be fascinating to see whether these cars are more or less robust. But it's amazing to see just how much punishment these K&N cars can take and still get going. So this is actually a great testament to the flexibility of this car to be able to run for this long. I mean, you see the cars on track. There are very few without damage. And like you said, there have been a lot of big wrecks, a lot of big impacts, and we only have about 8 cars out of this race. So yeah, just great resilience from all the drivers and from the car itself.
All right, you were right about Wayne Hutchison. He's actually back out on track now. 32 minutes of repairs. He's 59 laps down. He is still technically within the points. Another driver I don't understand how he's still out there is Jimbo Pfeiffer. I want to say there's at least 10 cautions that we've called that have involved him in some form or fashion. 00's certainly looking like it's been involved in 10 cautions.
Yeah, Jimbo, I mean, I just off the top of my head recollect him from 2 of the cautions, but as they've been doubled up onto the backstretch, Jimbo just trying to get in there and get those points in at this stage.
Yeah, he's 42 laps down, so also still in it. We are on that back straight. Driscoll and Challoner have been trying to sort out who is going to take the win. Driscoll's got one. Christian's got one. Or could we see Matthew Thunhorse take his first victory of the season? The current reigning champion could put himself on the board. So we come out of turn 4. Waiting for the green flag. A little bit of an early start there for Steve Driscoll. Catches the 37 napping slightly. So he immediately gets in behind the rear spoiler. Still the top 3 not changing. Sam Harris, though, where did he come from to get up into 4th place? Was nowhere for part of this race, and now he is in for a potential win. Kinetic drivers spreading out. Wade Hayes losing touch, and already Liam Quinn has actually lost the position to Brian Bennett.
Yeah, and we've got other kinetic cars down to almost to the apron through the D-shaped dogleg here. As things get very challenging in the back of that pack as those front 3 start to stretch out again.
Yeah, they're pulling away from that 42 of Sam Harris. He's got to push hard to keep with him here. And I think he is pushing hard. You can see he's got it down to at least 0.3 of a second. And they're pulling away from their teammate, Wade Hayes. So there is hope here for the 42.
You probably saw Josh Coley pull out underneath Bob Beltrami and make that pass. We have more passes going on in the 13th and 14th positions. That's Brian Barnes getting past Kevin Hill as we're watching Kevin get stuck to that high side.
Here you see them fan out down the front stretch. Lionel Callisto in there as well.
Oh, pass for second place. Matthew Thunhorse is trying to get around Christian Challoner on the low side. Christian got a bad exit off of 2.
I think he's got it. So up to P2. That's the first time in a while we've seen any of the top 3 change positions. Now, can he run down Driscoll? That's the question. He's got about 63 laps to do it.
Yeah, but Christian Challoner, I think that was just a moment of weakness from him. He's going to try and get that position back as best as he can. But Samuel Harris, out of nowhere, is hanging on to the back of these guys.
Oh, that fight between Thunhorst and Challoner looks like it might not have been good news, because look at Driscoll. He's a half a second ahead.
He pulled the fastest lap of the day, Joe, a purple lap.
Wow.
22.9.
Well, no wonder. It's 83 degrees Fahrenheit. It's swung down drastically. It's gotten a lot cooler. It's getting pretty dark out at this point. We've got 28 minutes left to go in what could be a timed race. It depends on how long they go green here. 51 is your leader. That's Steve Driscoll. Thunhorst has recently moved up into second in the number 98, and Christian Challoner rides in third in the 37.
And Thunhorst's last lap was the fastest lap as well, so it is definitely go time. We're seeing these lap times drop below the 23-second mark for the first time today. These guys are on it.
So the rest of the field starting to fall away. Wade Hayes and Brian Bennett have already dropped back to about 1.5 seconds from the next car up, 3 seconds back from our leaders as well. This kind of jives with what we've seen earlier in this race, that the top 3 have got phenomenal pace, and you can make that top 4 now. 2 kinetic cars up front. Here's another interesting point as we got a battle for 5th, is that the kinetic cars could work together in that top group.
Yeah, we definitely could, as we're watching this battle between Wade Hayes, Brian Bennett, Liam Quinn, Josh Coley, Eric Smith, all the way back to Andrew Waring. This is the battle for 5th position. Those guys can work together, and we've seen the effect of the draft, and now that the track is starting to get cooler, they could definitely use that to their advantage up there in that front pack.
Wind has also been kind of high all day long. It's still at 10 miles an hour. Now, what's going to happen with Waring? Waring has been very, very fast at times, but he's dropped off of Eric Smith at this point back there in 10th. So I'm wondering what's going on. What's different now?
Well, we saw Waring almost get into that incident in the last bit, and we're going to go on board with him to see how he's handling his car and how it's handling right now. And while we're watching this, actually, the battle between Thunhorse and Challoner is not over, folks. Matthew Thunhorse and Christian Challoner are the fastest cars on track. They're catching Steve Driscoll, and Challoner's challenging Thunhorse for that second position.
He was right underneath the bumper through 1 and 2. He's backed off a little bit. You can see here about a car length between them. If you believe it or not, they were closer than this before. And here he goes again, getting very tight down and underneath him, actually. The 98 is going to give way. He sees the writing on the wall. The 37 gets that second spot back. But again, this is not helping them. Driscoll gets another 10th away from them with that lap.
But if you want a reference of how fast these guys are going, Samuel Harris was keeping up with them at the beginning of this stint. He's now dropped to almost 2 seconds off the back of these front three. So even though Driscoll is pulling away, Thunhurst and Challenger are smoking right now.
It's getting down to it. And Quinn knows it as he gets overtaken by Cully. Boy, Quinn has looked slow ever since the restart. This has not been good from the 24. In fact, I think Eric Smith looks like he is preparing to overtake him as well. 32 closed in fast. He's going to bring along Waring behind him. So finally, the 336 also finding the tires getting into range for him.
Yeah, Eric Smith still trying to recover from that incident he was involved in. Up ahead, you see the battle between Brian Bennett and Wade Hayes as Brian has to back off of Wade there. But Andrew Waring just hanging in the tire tracks of Eric Smith, who he knows is fast. But look at that. Look how loose these cars are getting into 1 and 2. These colder temperatures are definitely making that rubber grip better, Joe.
So continue to watch this battle on screen. I'm keeping half an eye on the leaders to see if there's any changes there. Challenger's slightly reeling in Driscoll, but nothing worth leaving this for, as looks like a little bit of a look to the inside, but nothing doing. That was Bennett continuing to try and see if he can squeeze a position out of the 33.
Yeah, Brian Bennett is fighting really hard to try and get past Wade Hayes, but Josh Coley is caught up to the back of those two and is starting to look to the inside of Brian Bennett there. As Brian having a little bit of connection issues, we apologize. Liam Quinn hitting the outside wall, entering into 1 and 2. Ooh, man, Josh Coley gets held up. Liam Quinn gets held up. Eric Smith to the low side.
Smith sees an opportunity, and he's going to take it. So is the 336. Here comes Waring, and just like that, Quinn got freight trained.
Waring looking for a place to go, can't find one, so this is going to allow Liam Quinn to come back on that high side, but Quinn stuck up there. He's not going to be able to get a good run off. This allows Andrew Waring to get off the corner well. He's actually made that position.
Going to cover him off, and indeed, 24 gets back into line with Brian Barnes and Lionel Callisto in there. How about Little Train? Back up to 12th now. Not making a lot of moves, but he's slowly working his way forward. Should be a decent points day, although I'm sure a win would have been nicer for him.
Once again, a recovery day for him as we look at Brian Barnes going to the low side of Liam Quinn. Liam Quinn continuing to look slow after this restart. Lionel Callisto's going to probably try and set this up and make this work as a double move as well, trying to get to the low side of Liam Quinn. But Liam carrying good speed off the corner now later into this run.
Less than 50 laps to go. Go ahead.
Oh, Wade Hayes makes contact with Brian Bennett. Now they're all around Josh Coley, and Andrew Waring gets into it again.
Oh, Lionel Callisto with a great avoidance. Few drivers involved, but unfortunately, some very fast ones in there. Kevin Hill, as you mentioned, Waring involved. It looks like
this started with Josh
Cully,
Coley getting hit from behind because of contact that happened ahead of it.
It was the 33 of Hayes making a little bit of contact side to side with the 71. That checks up Cully. Cully gets punted around by the 32 of Smith, and then we'll take your pick from there.
Yeah, and wow, you could see it ahead of that. Eric Smith not intending to get into the back of Coley, but Coley checking up as he should have. He saw that car ahead of him just launch off of one of those bumps in the corner and get loose. He tried to back off of it expecting an accident, which almost happened ahead of him and ended up being the accident.
Coming in for another set of pit stops. Everybody down in. All right, any tricking this time? Watching to see if anybody goes for a two-tire call. Kevin Hill is Well, I think he's going to get the lucky dog here, maybe. Why is he still out? As first one off. Oh, Brian Bennett. 2-tire call for Brian Bennett. And we know that he is difficult to pass. So this changes things up. Challoner actually got out ahead of Driscoll. He managed to beat him to the line. Thunderhorse stays in, what was third now will be fourth. Looks like, yeah, Kevin Hill will be coming in. He's bringing the car down.
All right, Joe. This is going to get close. We are within a very tight time frame. They can really only afford to have one more caution on time and probably on laps as well before this race finishes. So it's definitely go time now.
So I've got the official timer up, 21 minutes and just under 30 seconds right now. So I didn't want to have to pull it up, but eventually we do need to try and check exactly where things sit. What can Brian Bennett do with this track position, the number 71? Boy, what an upset this would be if he manages this. He's been quick, but when was the last time we saw him challenge for the lead, if ever, this race?
Yeah, he's been very quick, and I mean, the 2-tire stop makes sense, but he's the only one who took it. So unless he can get out to the lead very quickly, this could be a problem for him if he gets stuck on that high side.
All right, I think we're going double file now. So we're going to get restarted on lap 351. So a little more than 40 laps left to go. Boy, this has been an absolutely grueling race. We've covered Indy 500s, Daytona 500s. This series has done the World 600 multiple times. I would actually put this one beyond those as being harder than those races, just based on the amount of time and the difficulty of this car and track combo.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult race, and some of the other races that we've featured, which have been longer, have had multiple drivers in those cars, but this is a one-driver stint, and it is a rough one.
Brian Bennett looking for the green flag. He's blinking a little bit on my screen as the pace car is in. Green flag is out. Ooh, almost a little bit of contact there between first and second as Challoner tried to cut down. And they're now going to be able to get single file. Looks like Wade Hayes might lose out to Eric Smith as he's on the high side of that one. It is now definitely go time for our drivers.
Oh,
Brian Bennett has the points. Go ahead.
There's a lot of contact in the midfield and the backfield, but that first place looks like Christian Challoner is going to challenge for that lead.
Oh, and he can't quite hold him off. Just one lap up at the front for the 71. Challoner now up there. Oh, and a big checkup. What happened to Thunhorse? There goes the 42, almost down to the yellow line, as also we got Driscoll going underside the 71. He's trying to get second place away. Suddenly everything happens at once, and it looks like Driscoll's got P2. Thunhorse into fourth after a mysterious slowdown on the backstretch, and Sam Harris back there in the 42 almost had a shot.
Driscoll is going to have to get his move on to catch Challoner because it is definitely go time. We are coming in to 40 laps to go here. It is going to be very tight for these guys. They should be able to definitely make it on tires and fuel from this point on. So if this thing goes green, they are good to go to the end. So Driscoll needs to stay connected to Challoner.
Absolutely. We've seen Challoner out front before, and he has just romped away from everybody. So does Driscoll have the pace to try and chase him down? Let's not forget that Thunhorst has usually been sticking with them. Granted, he's still got to overtake Bennett if he wants to try and do that again. The 71 is in front of him, and he's actually going to get low. 71's not going to defend. So Brian Bennett finding those two tires not working as well as some of the other drivers did. We've now got Thunhorst into third, but spread apart farther than we had in the previous stints.
I think Fun Horse could get to the back of them if he's super aggressive, but that means he's going to have less tires towards the end of the stint, and that's when it's going to matter. So he has to just hope that he can get into the draft pack, because we see Samuel Harris. He goes to the low side, up Brian Bennett, spins him around.
Caution's out, and he catches it just as the caution flies. So a little premature from our stewards. Wow. Credit to the 71. That would have been the save of the race if it weren't for Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, well, we can't forget about Blake Reynolds' antics earlier on. We're going to see Brian Bennett. He just managed to save it there.
Looks like we unfortunately having some technical difficulties with the replay, so I don't think we'll be able to get that. All right, this will pack them back up, but this time, it's been a while since we've seen this combo. Challoner will have control, and Driscoll will be to his outside on the next restart. I do believe we got a little bit of time because we probably won't be getting pit stops this time, at least for the front runners. So we're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with the unofficial, or not with the unofficial, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll come back with the finale here of the Rockingham 400. Wishful thinking of the round 3 of the Major Series. Please don't go away. Welcome back to Rockingham Speedway. The Rockingham 400 might be a little bit shorter than that today. Unless they go green all the way to the end, we are on a timed race at this point. There are a little over 13 minutes left on the clock. And you can ignore the finishing up at the top. That is not correct. So we will keep you abreast of whether or not the race is actually finishing. With, let's see, we are on lap 360, more than 30 laps to go. Yeah, this is going to be extremely tight, even if they keep it going all the way to the checkered flag. I believe this will be a first for the Americas region as the green flag comes out and Christian Challoner gets on his loud pedal Boy, he dropped Steve Driscoll on that one. In fact, Driscoll looking like he's going to have to cover off Matthew Thunhorst, which he does. That gives some thought to Samuel Harris. Harris to the inside of the 98. Could he maybe steal third away? He's got a nose in. Is he going to get chopped off? No, he's going to get...
Oh, wreck in the backfield. There we go. The 94's around. We're still going green.
Yeah, Knight, I see, off pace. So no caution. We're still going. Meanwhile, the 42 still to the inside. Battle for third. And, oh, big loose moment for Matthew Thunhorst. He falls off to fourth, and it might even be fifth at this point. Is down to the inside. The 32 is back in the game and shoves him to the outside.
That is as close as you get for sure. Liam Quinn trying to get to the bottom side, but Matthew Thunhorst cuts him off. He's going to try and get to the back of Eric Smith. They almost make contact. Eric Smith has to get out of it, but here comes Matthew Thunhorst up the inside. He forces Eric Smith to the outside. They're still side by side as they go down, but here comes Liam Quinn on the high side, looking into 3 and 4.
And what this is doing is letting the top 3 just pull away yet again. But Christian Challoner has about half a second over Steve Driscoll. So he is sitting pretty if he can keep this gap up until the end. Meanwhile, Matthew Thunhorst, what went wrong? He's at least held off Eric Smith. He's got him behind him, and it's a train of cars back there. Certainly would have gotten freight trained if he had managed to lose that spot. So what can Sam Harris do? Sam is still up there, but it looks like he's dropping back a little bit. He's about 7 tenths behind Driscoll.
Yeah, Sam dropped off at the end of the last run as well, so he's actually continuing to drop off. Steve Driscoll 5 tenths behind Tristan Challoner. Steve, like I said, he's going to have to get right back to the back of him in order to make this work, but Sam's not able to hang with these guys, Joe.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he could last time, and it doesn't seem like he can again. With fewer than 30 laps to go. Oh, we might have a change between Quinn and Brian Barnes. Nope, Barnes had a good run, didn't do anything with it. He's just sizing himself up.
Following them up, Joe. Brian Bennett had a look there on the outside of Brian Barnes, was unable to do anything with it. This brings Lionel Kalisto back into the picture in P9 after his attempt at a recovery drive. He's doing a great job there to get as many points as he can.
That is one of the most patient comebacks I've ever seen. The two just basically going bit by bit until he's now into the top 10, as I think Brian Bennett has a little bit of a run on Barnes. He's going to get to the inside. The 71 gets himself back into 7th.
Yeah, and Brian Barnes get quite a bit freight trained, and Kalisto is able to get through as well. So Kalisto up to P8 now.
Wow. Could he even get the top 5? Meanwhile, oh, and Harris got by Thunhorst when we weren't looking.
Actually,
How did he do that?
Harris has been by Thunhorst. Thunhorst is getting to the back of Samuel Harris, rather. And
oh, that's right.
So
Excuse me.
Thunhorst is actually on a tear ever since he lost those positions at the beginning of that, but I think it's a little bit too late. Samuel Harris and Thunhorst are about 2 seconds behind Driscoll and Challoner, and Challoner's dropping Driscoll to the likes of about a quarter of a tenth per lap.
Yeah, I think this is either going to take a caution or something incredible from Thunhorst to run them down, something he's been holding back on as we ride on board, watching Sam Harris taking a little bit of a look down into 3 and 4, but nothing doing.
Oh, these bumps are brutal, and you can see it from Thunhorst how much he has to work the wheel just to get through the corner. But Sam Harris doing exactly what he needs to do, covering off that bottom side. If he can just get a good exit on these corners and keep Thunhorst behind him, then he won't have to defend that. He just keep going down that bottom side and making Thunhorst push him up, and there he goes. Thunhorst to the low side.
He made a gap there. I thought for sure he was going to wreck the 42, and well, Sam decided better to finish the race than to wind up in the wall this late in the game. So back up to third for Thunhorst, 2.2 seconds behind Driscoll at this point. And they are down to 20 laps to go.
20 laps to go, less than 10 minutes to go. We're closing in on 8 minutes to go, so it's going to be very tight. They're going to have to go green the whole way in order to make it on laps, so this is going to be very tight to see what happens here. And it's go time, but at the same time, it can't be too much go time if you want to try and make up more positions.
And you know what? Those tires are going to be very old if it does go green to the end, because they're already on a 25-lap stint. with 20 laps left, so 40 plus. It's going to be tough to try and keep them underneath you as we watch Callisto work on Bennett. Also chasing the number 32 of Eric Smith. This is all for 5th position.
Yeah, and they're trying to chase each other down. Brian Bennett trying to work on Eric Smith. Eric Smith struggling a little bit on this restart. He does not have the pace that we saw earlier on, but a 5th place finish for him after the incident that he's had and the recovery he's had. Same with Lionel Callisto. That would be great, but Brian Bennett putting on a great challenge.
Whatever setup Bennett's got on, it's probably the most unique we've seen of everybody, maybe barring Blake Reynolds, as he gets a great run. We know he's good on the brakes. He's going to try and get it to the inside of the 32, and he does. That's the thing he's been doing all night long, just somehow sending the car in deep, and it sticks. It's going to be 2 positions down because there goes Lionel Callisto. He gets into 6th now.
Lionel Callisto sneaking his way by. He's trying to catch up to the back of Brian Bennett. If he can make it past, that'd be P5 for Lionel Callisto. A great finish after what happened to him earlier on in the race, but they're still battling behind them for those remaining positions in the top.
If my notes are correct, Callisto was 2 laps down at one point, was he not? So this is just amazing. We're going to go down to Ryan Steele in 10th. He's chasing Liam Quinn, who continues to ride backwards. Oh, and Liam gets hit. He catches it. He catches it, and no caution. He loses 3 positions as the salami goes by. Oh, goodness. We're still on track.
All right, we're going to go take a look at this replay. This was just a little bit of excitement coming from Ryan Steele. This is the most competitive we've seen him all day, and he catches up to the back of Liam Quinn. You're going to see it here. He just comes in a little bit hot, looking for that low side, gets into the back of Quinn, and Quinn powers it out and then straightens out the steering rack and gets that thing going straight again. Impressive stuff.
Wow. We are down to 5.5 minutes left.
Oh, no!
Coming back at things. Oh, he's into the wall. Are we going to get caution? Is he back up onto the racing surface? There's the caution. It is now time limited, and we will only get 1 restart here.
If we get that, Joe.
5 minutes. We could squeak it in. That was contact with the 94 of Daniel Knight that sent him into the wall. If he had stayed inches lower, I think we might have managed to stay under green.
So here they come down the backstretch. This is the lap before the incident, and we're going to see them get very tight on the exit of 4. They make a little bit of contact there with the 33, but then it's on the exit. He gets pushed up high.
And then smacks that inside wall hard. Man, Quinn was doing good to try and salvage this race, even though his car was seemingly lacking pace here at the end. One driver that probably really didn't want this the most is Christian Challoner, because the gap that he had to Driscoll has now gone away.
Yeah,
and
but
sorry, real quick. Who takes tires? Does anybody dare duck into the pit lane?
Absolutely not. This might end on the clock under caution right now, or it's a 1-lap shootout. You do not take tires if you're Christian Challoner. You stay out.
There's 1 fake, 2 fake. Red fake, blue fake. And looks like Eric Smith also going to try and juke some people out. Nobody coming in. Except Johnny Nichols.
Liam Quinn, obviously, he's going to take his damage and get that repaired. This, Joe, I mean, if they get going again, it's going to be a lap or 2 tops.
Yeah, because we're 3.5 minutes right now. They run about 50 seconds per lap under caution.
1 minute and 10, actually.
They must have been a little bit quick that time around.
So that means they could do this 2 times before, well, 3 times. So they might just take the green flag in order to cross. So they might get a 1-lap shootout here. Maybe.
Boy. Well then, I'll be honest, Adam, I'm not expecting that to be a clean 1 lap for the finale. If they get that. Christian desperately telling the pace car to slow down. We don't need to go quite this fast. Let's see as they cross the line this time. It's 250 left exactly. And the lights stay on. So they need the lights to go off next time by.
And if that happens, they'll get a one-lap shootout. And that would be very similar to how the European split ended.
So lap 383 out of 393 right now. We're going to be less than 10 laps to run the full 400-mile distance. So where did Nichols come out after all that? He is 22nd. Yeah, don't think he's going to be able to cycle back around to take a surprise win.
It'd be a miracle.
Everybody in front of him wrecks out before they get to the finish line or something like that, I guess. Okay, are the lights going out? This is the moment of truth. As they come up, they're starting to look like they're going to go double file.
They hope so.
And lights are off.
Yeah,
okay.
We have a minute and a half to go. So they should, at 110 per lap under green, yeah, under caution, they'll make it there.
Keep your eye on the timing and scoring, though. Again, with it being a timed race, we're not entirely sure how it's going to keep track of what it determines as the final lap. So as the lights are off, Christian Challoner, how bad are the nerves right now for him? Driscoll, who is looking to deny him to be the first person to take 2 wins this season. Thunhorst certainly wants to take his first one as champion. As they come around 3 and 4, the clock is now less than a minute left. And again, it's about 23-second laps, so maybe they will get 2 laps to go here. I think they are going to be 2 to go. Pace car is in. No wait for Christian Challoner. Look at him go. He jumped like it was nothing. He is way ahead of Steve Driscoll. 2 laps left. And Matthew Thunhorst manages to get himself in 3rd. And look at this. Here comes Lionel Callisto looking for a potential podium. As they come around, they should get the white flag this time by. Oh, Steve, hunting that leader. Here comes Steve Driscoll. He is strong and he is pushing.
He's looking at that low side. Christian's leaving it a little bit open, but he doesn't believe that Steve can get in there, so he's just going to hang on there. Look at Matthew Thunhorst trying to catch up to the back of them, but look at that. Christian Challoner powering out of 2. Matthew Thunhorst looking to the high side off of 2.
Clock is officially at 0, and Driscoll gets tipped. That's Matthew Thunhorst is getting into him, and it's going to turn around a bunch of cars as up at the front. It's going to be Christian Challoner taking the win. Who is going to be second? It is an absolute mess. To the line, I don't even know. 5 wide. Schmeier, Beltrami in 3rd.
Beltrami!
Oh my goodness.
Bob Beltrami takes 2nd in a massive pileup across the line. Christian Challoner, though, your victor today at Rockingham.
That was perhaps the most ridiculous finish to an oval race I think I've ever seen. I'm trying to count how many cars were actually wide going across the line as we watched Challoner take his victory lap.
I've never seen a finish like that outside of a Daytona finish or Talladega finish, Jim.
Really? I've seen 6 or 7 cars in a group across the line. And in fact, Schmeier finished sideways to do it. Oh, so this started with 2nd place. Well, at the time, 2nd place, with Thunhorst getting into the back of Steve Driscoll. We're going to look at the replay to try and unfold this. I thought Callisto, maybe he could catch it. But then Callisto got into the back. It was just a complete chain reaction. He hit Thunhorst. Samuel Harris was not able to take advantage because he got into the back of Callisto. Bennett even got into people. In fact, he got tipped around when he was just about scot-free. He ran into the car that tried to come through, which was Ryan Steele. Sam Harris and Josh Cully came together, which slowed them up, and that is what allowed Beltrami and Schmeier to suddenly steal a surprise 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, we're going to go on board with Beltrami here because he watched this envelop ahead of him. He sees the smoke. He stays low. He's trying to hold on to it. He's trying to see where to go, so he hangs out low, and then you're going to see him come across with Jeff Schmeier sliding to his right. Jeff Schmeier ends up taking second by such a close margin at the end.
Yeah, the gap between them was 0.03 of a second between Schmeier and Beltrami. Oh my goodness. I think we're ready to go to break. We've had a long day here. We're not done yet, though. Make sure and stick around because we have not only the driver interviews coming up, we'll have the unofficial results. And on screen, you can see all the upcoming races here on GSRC. What a race that was. Certainly one of the wildest finishes we've ever witnessed here on GSRC. And Christian Challenger wound up taking the victory, about the only one that had a clean finish in the entire field. Schmeier finished sideways from 33rd on the grid, second place for him. Bob Beltrami just 3/100ths behind at the line in third as a pile of 6 cars actually finished together. Brian Barnes managed to get up to fourth in that, with Wade Hayes winding up salvaging a 5th place. Josh Cully was 6th, with Sam Harris finishing in 7th. Eric Smith got himself up to P8, and Steve Driscoll was down to 9th after all of that. Rob Gall rounds out the top 10.
Nick Kuhn comes home in 11th with Ryan Steele in 12th. After all that mess, Matthew Thunhorst in 13th, Lionel Callisto in 14th place. Then comes James Stacy and Matt Sendell, who came late to the party, with Liam Quinn and Johnny Nichols in 17th and 18th. Marcus Tracy and Kevin Hill round out your top 20.
Then you get to the drivers who actually finished laps down. Bennett and Knight were the last 2 on the lead lap. There was a lot of problems. McGreevy 2 laps down. Some drivers limping home. David Warner 13 laps down. Warren was a DNF. Jimbo Pfeiffer looks like he was out of it. Hutchison, Hawks, LeHerbier. A lot of drivers decided to call it a day towards the end there. As you can see, that's the rest of our field of 35 drivers. I believe we have our winner, probably one of the few happy drivers at the end of this race, is Christian Challenger, who we pull into the booth. Christian, did you get a chance to see any of the replay of what happened behind you? Because I'm sure you're excited about the victory, but you need to see what went down.
Well, I was worried about myself at first because I did my usual thing of any time that we're at the end of a race where I'm in the lead and it's a green white checkered, just under driving the first lap a ton, and I saw that Steve was really close to me, and then I was like, oh no. So I had to really get back on it. But then I saw in the mirror he was going around going into 3, and I know it sounds really cliche, but I really do hate it for him because he did an awesome job. He was so hard to beat. I don't think if I'd have been ahead of him, I would have actually beaten him. So I feel really bad for what happened. I saw it was big junk. I don't really know who was at fault, but yeah, I do really feel for Steve because he did an awesome job today.
Well, to be honest, we were groaning up here in the booth when we looked at where some of the people finished after, like you said, what was an incredible drive from some of them. Speaking of which, incredible drive from you. You had a few problems. You did have to take your spare car at one point, from what we saw, and then you got your way back up to the front. Boy, when you were in clean air, that thing looked like a rocket ship.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting at the start. Obviously, not the way I kind of wanted it to go. I think there was a wreck on like lap 3 or something, and I don't think I was in it, but I think I managed to. I think I managed to drop all the way to the back or something like that. And then there was another one immediately afterwards where somebody ramped over my left side, and yeah, I definitely had to take my spare car after that. So that was not the way I wanted to start. And obviously, then anytime there was anybody spinning, it was really yeah, it was a big moment, and I was panicking that I was going to hit him, and then that would be my race done. But in terms of the car, yeah, it was really strange. Anytime I was behind anybody, it was really difficult, and that was the case all the way through the pack. Honestly, as you say, once we got out in the lead, I was like, man, I'm really fast. But even say when I was down in the 20s to 30s, it was incredibly difficult to pass anybody. I felt like I had no pace at all. So I'm not really sure what that was about, but just managed to cycle my way up, and yeah, I got a little bit lucky and able to take the win.
So you're a black stripe driver, so you get to drive the cup cars at the highest level here on iRacing. Jumping down into the K&N, what are your impressions?
That is very different. I think unfortunately it's a little bit down on power compared to say what a cup car would have had back in '04, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, that was rough. That's actually destroyed my left hand glove.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
really angry with Rockingham right now because it started unpeeling my glove. So at that point, when that happened with about, I think it was about 30 to 40 laps to go, really, yeah, I had to win because otherwise I would have ruined a set of gloves for nothing.
All right, racing glove sponsors, you heard it. Sounds like Christian is in need, and so give him a ring. Christian, before you go, you want to thank anybody?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to all the guys at Kinetic. I know they put a ton of effort into it, and I think they had a bit of a rough night tonight. I saw Sam; he managed to come home 7th, so that's a pretty good deal. But a couple of the other guys look pretty rough out there for them. And beyond that, I'd actually like to give a shout out to Steve. He was incredibly difficult to beat. I hadn't really seen him in the first half of the race, but as soon as he appeared, it was, yeah, I realized it was going to be tough. And Matt Thunhorst as well. It was. I think the three of us kind of checked out, and it was so hard to really gain anything on either of them. And lastly, to Mike, who organizes the series, and to you guys for broadcasting it, because I know that was a really long event, and obviously a lot of yellows. Not really what any of us wanted or expected. So thank you guys for grinding that out, and yeah, I really appreciate it.
You and Adam will have to exchange notes because Adam said he's glad he's not driving. I'm curious if you're glad you weren't commentating. That was Christian Challoner who finished in first today. Up next, though, Adam is going to be talking to Jeff Schmeier. First podium, I want to say, for Jeff here in the majors.
Yeah, Jeff, 13th to second on the last lap and 12th to second on the last like 150 feet. How did you manage to pull it off today?
Oh, that was just crazy. I just everyone was starting to spin, and I just kind of goosed it through, and then the seas parted basically, and I just hit the gas at that point. And then I can't believe I ended up second. That was crazy. I wasn't expecting to get that high up.
Yeah, and Jeff, you look like you were mired mid-pack most of the day trying to cut your way through. How difficult was it in that mid-pack to stay in line? I saw that the cars were very loose today.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, most of the cars around me were pretty loose, so my setup was actually kind of on the tight side. So on the short runs, I wasn't getting a whole lot of bite, but at the end there, I was able to get a fast repair and get a nice clean car and just kind of get up the field just slowly but surely.
Definitely. And so a fantastic second place finish, but the next race looks to be quite a different one. We have the TCR car at Zandvoort. How are you thinking about tackling that one? Quite a different discipline.
Oh, I'm not sure. I I'm okay with the road side, but I mean, not the road. The oval side is more my forte. So for that one, just kind of hope I can get into the top split and just do what I can there.
Well, Jeff, great finish today. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go?
Oh yeah, I'd love to thank my Dog Bear team. They're just an amazing group of guys. We have so much fun just racing together. Want to say hi to my dad. He stuck it out and watched it all the way to the end.
All right. Well, Jeff, congratulations to you. Congrats to your dad for seeing you come home in second. We look forward to seeing you next round.
All right, thanks.
That was Jeff Schmeier, our second place finisher in that big pack of cars. And then we have Brian Barnes, who came home fourth in that big pack as well with Joe.
Just shy of the podium. He started that final lap in 9th place. Brian, same thing as Jeff. I'm sure you probably did not expect to be that close to the podium come the finale.
No, sure didn't. That was a welcome addition to the end of the race.
Yeah, you certainly seem to have your own tough time. You were kind of sitting mid-pack or backpack for much of it. I mean, how did you keep yourself going when it seemed like things were so rough for much of it?
Just I knew it was going to be that way. Just kind of hung out until waited around to the end of the race.
Now, we were talking a little bit about it because we've had some long races that we've covered here, and you've been a part of this series for a long time. You've seen some of the longer Indy 500s that we've covered. You've been in some of the World 600s. Would you equate this as harder than those were, or would you still say that races like the World 600 are still the toughest we've done?
I still think the Indy 500 is the toughest to me. This one, since I'm an oval guy and a NASCAR oval guy, this one was really easy to me, which is why I didn't understand all the cautions. It just wasn't that hard.
Yeah, well, the good news is this is a huge chunk of points, and you are leading the Legends, so that's got to feel pretty good. Do you think you could take another Legends title this season?
That's the plan, and I sure hope so. I got to take it back from old Bennett. So
Well, you outscored him today and extended your points lead. Again, congratulations. Anybody you want to thank?
I got to thank Dog Bear for all the setup boys and all their help. It's been quite the group to be with.
You guys have proven that you are certainly a strong oval presence. Each time we go to the oval races, we certainly look out for the Dog Bear team. That was Brian Barnes, 4th place from 26th on the grid. That is going to close us out, as it's been a long day. So a big thank you once again, not only to Mike Willett, but all of the people behind the scenes that help him organize, and all the drivers too, for putting on this show. Thank you to the charity once more. Again, if you want to donate, that is the Challenged Athletes Foundation. The address is challengedathletes.org, and we have the address, a link down in the YouTube description right below us. So go on down and click that and try to donate something if you can. Thanks to iRacing for putting us on IESN. Make sure and subscribe. Very easy to do so. All you got to do is click on the big red button that says subscribe just below the YouTube video. Thanks to the companies that provide the software and the hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. And additional thanks go to June Lamont, who provides our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. Thanks to the team today, Sean, Adam, Jeff, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. We're also on social media. Our Twitter is at GSR Channel. Our Facebook is Global Sim Racing Channel. And our Instagram is GSRC_Graham. We've got a merchandise store that is linked in the description below. That is gsrc.storeandbeat.com. Next race, as we mentioned, we're going to go to Zandvoort for some touring car racing. How about that? The TCR Audi, a new addition here to iRacing. That'll be Sunday, March 22nd at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. We have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard. See you on the track.